Kalimera. Good morning, everybody. I will explain this, don't worry.
Merci d'être là.
Of yesterday. I lied to you, so I'm going to speak again today, but it will be for a very short moment. I will ask everybody who is still taking the coffee to bring the coffee at the table so we can start. Just to remember that we are also on live stream, so people are following us and we have online speakers. So I would like to just a couple of minutes of attention because I'm going to briefly introduce the agenda of today. We are going to start with a keynote speech from the representative of the World Bank, and I will say something about this later on. We will have one round table on women economic empowerment. It will be more a discussion, so all the questions from the audience will be more than welcome. We will have a presentation from the Institute of Mediterranean Studies about the publication on inclusive economy, and on your table you have the QR code to download the publication.
Bon, nous avons lancé un débat sur le changement climatique, sur la sécurité des femmes. Pardon, nous allons parler de tout ça et ensuite nous allons parler de la violence.
It's also a way to do networking, so feel free during the coffee break and the lunch to enjoy the exchange. Today, the lunch will be on the other side of the room and it will be a seated lunch. As yesterday, you have your booths for interpretation, English, Arabic, and French, and Greek, if I'm not wrong. We are going to have some PowerPoint presentation, but in general, the debate will be more in terms of discussion. So, I would like also to thank you, the Commission on Gender Equality and the Secretary General of the UFM to be with us today again. Thank you very much appreciated. And without further ado, I would like now to introduce, and give me 2 minutes just to pronounce her name correctly, Miss Clara Labud Magani. She is governance and public sector specialist from the World Bank Group, and now she's particularly focused on MENA region. This is why she's here. She has been working the last 10 years, I think, around the world. And in the last years, she has been focused on a specific topic, which is gender justice. Yesterday, we talked about women's rights, women economic rights. We talked about violence against women and girls, about economic violence. We talked about access to finance. But in general, the concept of access to rights needs to be supported by justice. And this is where the concept of gender justice comes into the stage. And she will present what the World Bank has been developed, not only in the MENA region, but around the world with some specific, very good practice in Africa that could support this work on improving the legal framework to put in place a really gender justice. I think you will be very interested by her presentation, so without further ado, Clara, you are welcome. The presentation.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I don't know how to say good morning in Greek, but thank you very much, first of all, to the UFM, to the Commissioner, to Cyprus for having me and us this morning. So, as Anna was mentioning, I will be speaking about gender justice. I'm actually a justice reform specialist, so the entire justice reform I work on, but my, let's say, preference for gender justice or focus on gender justice is very important to me because of what I will be presenting today. So I thought a lot about how to begin this presentation and how to make you understand the importance of gender justice. So I decided to tell you a little story of how I got into the justice sector, how I got into gender justice. And as was mentioned before, I started working at the World Bank approximately 10 years ago. And the first mission I ever went to was in Tanzania. It was the first project I ever worked on. And I arrived in the justice reform sector a bit by chance, so I didn't really know what to expect. I'm a lawyer by training, but you know, I didn't really know what to expect. I get to Tanzania, and the first day there, we go to visit a courthouse outside of Dar es Salaam, which is the capital city. So we go to a rural place, and we go to a courthouse. Dilapidated courthouse, you know, there's barely walls, a lot of people. And at some point, I see this woman, young woman. She seems very down, and she has a very small, tiny baby in her arms. And I decide, you know what, let me go see her and see what's happening, get some information. So I go see her, and I start asking her questions, and little by little, I understand what happened to her. Her husband had died a few months ago while she was pregnant, and the family of her husband decided that she was not entitled to the property of her husband, so it was an inheritance issue, and she wanted to go to court to at least get somewhere to sleep. So that day, and it was 2 p.m. when I arrived, that day she had an appointment at the courthouse at 10 in the morning. And she woke up at 5 in the morning with a 2-month-old to walk an hour and a half to the bus station, then get to the bus station, wait for the bus, take the bus another hour, walk to the courthouse. All in all, she arrived at 9:50 in the morning. And she had been waiting for 4 hours before I started talking to her.
Okay.
You turn it to the...
And anyway, and she had been waiting for 4 hours, and I started understanding, you know, this is information. It's not what you see in books and whatever. Real life experiences are information. And I understood something, which is you don't know what you don't know. And let's get some more information. Since then, I started collecting a bit of data of women's experiences when they go to justice and why it's so important. So I will start with some data that may seem trivial, but then let's build up. So women, data, justice, and everyday life, because these are everyday life issues. So what do we know? So the first thing that we know is that gender data typically, globally, does not really exist. So the data that we typically see is male default. So it's not data that actually specifically applies to women. So when we think about that, then we start thinking the policies and the interventions that we design, even us at the World Bank, if we don't get the data, can these interventions and policies be inclusive? So for some trivial information. So your chair, my chair, everything around us here has not been designed for women, it's been designed for men. So the assumption is an average person's height at the time was 1.83 meters. So chairs, furniture are not designed for us. Seems trivial, but car safety measures don't account for women's measurement either. So when you're a woman in the driver's seat, you're 73% more likely than a man to be severely injured, and you're also 17% more likely to die. The good news is, as women, we're more likely either to walk or to take public transportation. So that's great. but we're 10% as women, so women are 10% more likely than men to report feeling unsafe in public transportation. So you would think, if women don't feel safe in public transportation, let's do something about it. In 2014, the UK had cut bus funding by £19 million. It means that instead of investing in making public transportation safer, which women use more often than men, actually we're cutting funding. So we're not improving the situation. 96% of homicide perpetrators worldwide are men. So women are more at risk. Women do 75% of the world's unpaid care work. This is 2015 data, so let's be cautious about that, but the latest data worldwide that we had was 75%. Now let's get to the data that we started collecting at the World Bank, because we started realizing, and this is what appeared to me clearly in Tanzania, I had some data and I started thinking, and I started asking them, but is this data also applicable to women? Is this women data? And everybody looked at me as though I was crazy. That was 2016. So now we know in sub-Saharan Africa that women are 28 to 44% more likely than men to report sexual abuse, sexual harassment, and domestic violence. And men are 28 to 36% more likely than women to report business, contract, and employment matters. So women go to justice for family and personal safety issues. Men go to justice for economic issues. So that's the first finding that is an evidence. We think we know, but now we evidence it. In Beirut, women are 19% more likely than men to report domestic violence, physical punishment, and sexual harassment disputes. Men are 10 to 16% more likely than women to report business, contract, and employment matters. So this data we got not from public data, from administrative data from the government, but from a citizen survey which we conducted last year. So we went to the people, to citizens like you and I, and we asked them, what are your challenges? So these are people's challenges, gender disaggregated. In sub-Saharan Africa and in Beirut, not married women are more vulnerable than married women to violence and difficulties in maintaining secure access to land and property. So first finding, women and men have different justice needs. Second finding, women are not a homogeneous group of people. Their needs also vary based on their marital status. The most important barrier to access to justice that women expressed in Beirut was high costs and the lack of legal information. So justice is too expensive for women, and they don't know enough about what they can do about justice. Yet, still in Beirut, the majority of legal aid users was men. And only 7% of women, court users, had ever received legal aid. So costs are more important or too high for women, but yet they're not the ones that benefit from legal aid. And women go to justice for family issues, men go to justice for economic issues. So there's a bit of a finding there that distribution of legal assistance, free legal assistance, is a bit imbalanced. So something very important in Lebanon that we understood through data was that men and women equally do not go to justice to the formal court system. They prefer to go to informal and community-based court systems. And when they go to these court systems, community ones, informal ones, that are not overseen by the formal justice system, they go for family mediation. Now let's switch a bit to another side of the world and looking at the supply side. In Mexico, there's 57% of judges who are men, 28% are women, the rest is decided not to answer. So just to answer your question about the numbers. So the large majority of judges are men. Women represent 51% of the population in Mexico. So the main finding, we can go into details, and our reports will come out very soon, actually, for Beirut. Our report on Sub-Saharan Africa came out already last year, so I will share with the UFM, who hopefully will share it with all of you. But the key finding here is whatever enters the court system is a reflection of society. So whatever women and men are experiencing in real life, it will be reflected in the court system. So it means that every gender issue, inequality topics that we have been working on or discussing, that you are working on, actually the justice system is a reflection of it, and addressing people's and women's matters in the court system will allow to re-inject positive outcomes, because if these disputes are resolved in the court system in a satisfactory manner, then it can only but cleanse the society where these disputes arise. So justice is not just a, let's say, detached area of reform. It's central to all the gender equality efforts that we're all conducting. So I mentioned female-specific concerns, female-specific interventions. This is the way to go. So now let's go quickly into what we have been doing at the World Bank to try and address these issues. So I mentioned we started collecting data, we started trying to turn it into a systematic effort of data collection, but we also operationalize data. So when we do, we have a framework that we put in place in our operations, in our projects, in different countries, and we look at two aspects. The first aspect is supply. So the justice system is the justice system providing the right capacity, the right interventions and the right services, of course, to women and men. Then on the demand side, it's about understanding what women need, what men need, what children need, and providing services that are actually going to respond to their demand in an innovative way, moving out of one-size-fits-all solutions. So I will talk a bit about the case of Tanzania, what we did. So in 2016, I mentioned earlier, that's when it started, the project. We're now in 2024. There was no data on gender justice in Tanzania. And I mentioned everybody made fun of me when I even mentioned the topic. So we started gender disaggregating the data, we used the data, and we designed gender-specific interventions. In 2016, it took 317 days to resolve a family matter. Sorry, 567. As of 2022, we reduced that time by almost 300 days. In the supply side, there are 3,053 employees, which include staff and judges. Now, there's 1,638 women. In 2016, there were 20% of women leaders in the justice system. Now, there are 33% of women in the justice system as leaders. And training, of course. We trained men and women judges and staff equally. We also designed and started rolling out the first gender justice policy framework and strategy. To our knowledge, it did not exist anywhere else at the time. So we looked, of course, at the supply side, the demand side. We looked at the constraints of women participation in the judiciary. We tried to look at the legal framework to understand which laws we had to modernize, to eliminate discrimination. We looked at the barriers of women to access to justice, and we did some other interventions that I'm going to show you right now. So the supply side I mentioned, and the demand side. And this is where we need to use all our imagination and creativity, and the data, of course, to design the interventions that are actually going to have an impact on women. So, first thing, we piloted the first integrated justice center for women near Dar es Salaam, the capital city. All services that women need are under one roof. So a woman doesn't have to do like the lady I mentioned at the beginning. She doesn't have to go from one place to another. All the services are going to be under one roof. And when I say services, it's justice services, but it's also complementary non-justice services, such as counseling, advice, information provision, and so on and so forth. Accompanying survivors of gender-based violence. So all these services, we worked very hard with the stakeholders to make sure that these stakeholders were also represented in these courthouses. We piloted it. At the beginning, we had very satisfactory results. After 1 year, the pilot was, or the courthouse was, not enough to respond to the demand. The demand was way too big for one integrated justice center for women. We implemented gender desks in all courthouses, first instance courts, second instance courts, also to make sure that women, when they go to the courthouse, they actually get some advice and train people who actually know how to guide them. And we developed also mobile courts. And this is a very important solution, because I will show you now in a second. So this is an integrated justice center, which we designed and launched. This is how it was before. So imagine the situation: a woman, she has a baby, she's subject to violence, gender violence, she's traumatized, she has severe issues, she goes to a place like this. Is she going to get justice? So we started collecting paper, digitizing it, modernizing the justice sector as a whole, because to make sure women receive justice, the justice sector institution has to be modern and capacitated. And as I mentioned, we started building gender-sensitive infrastructure. So even in non-gender integrated courthouses, we have specific infrastructure that respond to women's needs. For example, women who need to breastfeed their children, and so on and so forth. And the mobile courts. So these mobile courts I mentioned, rural areas are a particular area of service delivery gap. Justice does not get there. So Tanzania is 70% rural. So if the population there does not get justice, who gets justice? So we started rolling out these mobile courts. These are trucks that are used for any truck purposes. And we refurbished them as a courthouse. They're solar paneled, and they're a mini courthouse. Whatever you have in an actual court, you have it at a smaller scale in the truck. And you deploy it. So you have a judge, you have the right staff, and they provide legal services, justice services, legal information, legal aid, and information, of course. And they go from one place to another. And they are also, I want to mention, they are also equipped for handicap infrastructure. So I don't know if I exceeded my time, I hope not, but these are some of the information I wanted to share with you today on gender justice, on the data side, which is critical to inform the interventions that I just gave an example of in Tanzania. So thank you very much again to everyone. I look forward to discussing with you potential collaboration and cooperation with the World Bank on the topic, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Clara Magani for this insightful presentation on the importance of gender disaggregated data. Allow me to briefly introduce myself. My name is Giulia Maria Ferraresi. I am project analyst at the Social and Civil Affairs Division of the Union for Mediterranean, and I'm gonna moderate the next panel, which is the first roundtable for the day 2 of the high-level conference on women for Mediterranean on women economic empowerment in regional crisis context. So we have a set of wonderful panelists for today's panels as well, which I'm gonna introduce since we are running a little bit late. The first panelist, she's joining us online, and I wanna ask the technical team if Uti Karkainen, she's with us. Oh, I see her. Hello. Good morning, welcome Uti. I'm gonna briefly introduce her. She's the gender focal point at the European Training Foundation, which is the EU agency supporting the countries surrounding the European Union to reform their education, training and labor market system. ETF supports around 28 countries and also supports the European Commission so that EU assistance is targeting in an accurate way and match the countries' capacities. She's currently focusing on tackling root causes of horizontal and vertical gendered labor market segregation, and she's also promoting the adoption of gender transformative approach in education. Then I will welcome to come to the stage to Ms. Meriam Chehi. She's chair and founder of Algerian Women Foundation. I was impressed to know that she is a commercial airline pilot. And she also founded the Algerian Women Foundation, and through the foundation she leads initiatives to build capacity, promote economic empowerment, and foster leadership. The mission of the foundation is to serve as a think tank to connect civil society and government in order also to influence policy. She worked also with Microsoft in order to create also a pool of resources for them to expand their reach in Algeria. And she's now advocating for economic empowerment and policy for women locally. I'm now giving the opportunity to come to the stage to Ms. Rana Boulos. She's chairwoman and founder of Global Women Forum. She developed platforms that united stakeholders from Gulf countries and North Africa, fostering discussion on technical infrastructure and energy topics. She was deeply committed to promoting diversity in industries that are traditionally male-dominated, such as AI, STEM, and energy. And through her research and career, she highlighted all the stark disparities and gender inequality that still exist in this field. And that prompted her to found the Global Women Forum. So with this forum, she created a transformative platform that empowers women by facilitating exchange and fostering connection between Europe and the MENA region. She also initiated the Global Women in Pipeline, which is a dynamic event connecting and inspiring women in the energy sector. I want to welcome Ms. Kenza Ben Moussa. She is the focal point from Morocco at the Weekend Network, and she's also the founder of a digital startup that is dedicated to assisting business on their path to ecological responsibility and sustainability. The startup is called Now or Never, and it produces low-tech tools to reduce carbon footprint. She offers digital skill training to women and men working in these private sectors in order to adopt eco-friendly behaviors and create a positive and lasting impact on the environment. Since 2019, Ms. Bembusa got engaged in COP25 and COP26, and she was designed by the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change as youth focal point to Morocco, from Morocco to represent her country at COP27 and COP28. Last but not least, we have a representative from the Republic of Cyprus, which they are hosting our conference yesterday and today. She's Anna Kyprianou, Board Secretary of Business and Professional Women in Cyprus. She's a legal counsel specialized in sports law, business law, art and entertainment law, and compliance on matters of prevention of money laundering. She's also advisor to the Minister of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment of Cyprus. She's secretary at the board of the Cyprus Federation of Business Professionals, member of the National Mechanism for Women's Rights, and also head of Human Rights and Gender Equality at the Democratic Alliance Party in Cyprus. So you can see we have very high quality speakers today. I just want to give a short context of the discussion we are delving into today. As according to the last EU Gender Equality Index in 2023, that was published by the European Institute of Gender Equality, in the EU, gender inequalities have grown in economic situation, time spent in social activities, health status, and access to health care. For what it concerns the Middle East and North Africa, the most recent global gender gap mentions that we are still requiring 152 years in order to achieve gender equality. There are alarmingly low female workforce participation in the MENA region, from 15 to 30%. And as the Secretary General mentioned yesterday, less of 5% business are women-led in the MENA region, and this leads to a loss of more than $500 billion annually. So it's just not a matter of fair, equal treatment and inclusion, but it's also a matter of economic improvement for all the society. There are many challenges that women are facing that we are going to discuss today with our panelists, and we are also focusing on they're going to tell us about the existing program to overcome such challenges and about the potential solution that we can implement. We will have all the speakers, I think, in English. There is interpretation in English, French, Arabic, and Greek, as you know. And I'm going to ask them to focus on the key insights. I will address 2 questions to each of you. Focus on the key insights in order to respect the timing. Everyone will be allowed to talk, and we will have a Q&A session at the end. So now I'm going to sit with you. And can you hear me? Yes. Without further ado, I'm going to give the floor to our first speaker who is joining us from Turin, Uti Karkainen. And I'm going to ask you, Uti, given your extensive work experience with the European Training Foundation, can you share with us some of the most relevant findings from ETF studies on the challenges to gender inclusiveness of labor markets in the Mediterranean region? Thank you, Uti. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Julia, and good morning to everybody.
Good morning.
Do you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay, I hear a sort of echo, but I hope it's fine for you.
We hear you well.
Okay, thank you. Well, I just wanted to start by saying thank you to the UFM and the organizers in Cyprus for having made this opportunity to participate remotely actually a reality. I came back from a maternity leave 2 months ago, and this spring it has not always been the case that I can attend professional meetings regarding women's employment, because breastfeeding is not considered reason good enough not to travel and be present remotely. So thank you for this. Now, to come to your question, Julia, I will share my PowerPoint if you can confirm that you see it.
Not yet. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you see it in full?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, good. I saw that I'm very present. If the screen is so big that I saw on looking from here actually remotely, I'm very big there. Well, so we do monitor the reforms of education and training and labor market systems. And like you mentioned, Julian, in the introduction of the European Training Foundation, and to be in the context, I show you some data on non-EU UFM member states and the average of EU 27. We all know that in times of crisis, whether it's the pandemic or economic crisis, women are the first to be sent home or dropping out of the labor market. Currently, what we see in terms of women's economic empowerment and gender gaps, that there are very little or no progress at all. The activity rates of women lag behind everywhere. And when women are on the labor market, they have difficulties to get a job or retain a job, what we can witness looking at the gender gaps in the unemployment. Now, regarding youth unemployment, the gender gaps in the region are less important, but we have to pay attention to the fact that you don't appear as an unemployed if you are not actively looking for a job, or if you don't declare that I'm looking for a job and ready to work. So what tells us maybe more is the rate of youth not in employment, education and training, which looks at the 15 to 24-year-olds who are not in education, employment or training. And what we see there, that the gender gaps are huge, especially in the southern shore of the Mediterranean. And in some cases, actually the needs rates for women are double to that of men. Can you still hear me? I heard a change in the sound.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Now there's some noise. What we have seen that among the youth in the needs, males are more often unemployed and women are more often the inactive non-students. And that raises the question, how do we reach these women that are not reachable because they are not declaring themselves neither as ready to work? So against this background and taking into consideration that the part-time work, female part-time employment is high in many of the countries of the region, and that the average gender pay gap in the region, according to ILO, is 16%. It's obvious that there are missed opportunities of women's economic empowerment through employment. Now, we looked at the traditional labor market, but what about the new forms of work that we have looked at different regions, both in the Eastern Europe and Western Balkans, but recently, very recently also in the Mediterranean? What we see, unfortunately, is that the platform work very much mirrors the situation in the traditional labor market. And in the neighborhood south, men constitute on average 80% of the platform workers. And then there is a noticeable gender pay gap also in the hourly rates. And in part, the pay gap is related to the occupational differences that you see in the second graphic between men and women. Writing and translation work and clerical and data entry occupations, which are the most popular among women, are the two lowest paid occupations, and the male-dominated software development technology is the highest paid profession. So it's really reflecting the traditional labor market again, and this goes up to the point that some women working on the platform economy actually try to hide their gender in order to get job offers and be equally paid. So second and last point, I'm conscious about the time limitations we have today. Let's say all our recent studies, several studies, I'll show you the list in a while, confirm the challenges of the inclusiveness of the labor markets for women, and they are well known to everybody by now. They go from gendered occupational choices, sexist work culture, the unequal distribution of domestic care work, and so on. But according to our studies, no matter from which angle we look at it, the root cause of gender equality in the labor market, whether we like it or not, it remains the norms and the stereotypes. And the inequalities and the norms in the labor market reinforce the stereotypes in the society in a vicious circle. And my last point of reflection to you is these stereotypes, and they develop and or they the progress in this regard. We had a survey in 23 of which we are analyzing the results currently, and what we can see that in a number of non-EU UFM member states, these statistics are on Tunisia, Jordan, Lebanon, Palestine, Montenegro, Albania, North Macedonia, and I'm probably forgetting one more. Anyway, Western Balkans and the Semite countries, we see that if we, the career advancement, we gave a statement that career advancement is more important for men than women. And actually, we still have 70% of men, a little bit more, and almost still 1/3 of females agreeing with this statement. And what is also maybe something to think about is that among the younger generation of males, this attitude is even more common. On the other hand, a larger proportion of men than women thought that of the respondents thought that the jobs in any sector can be done by men and women. So further analysis is needed to understand whether this is the lack of awareness about the sectoral gender segregation by men or self-limitation exclusion by women. I leave you with this, Julia. Thank you very much.
I don't know if you could hear, but people in the audience are clapping at your presentation. Thank you very much for this very clear presentation, for respecting the timing as well, for highlighting the gaps that unfortunately still exist in the labor market, the gender gap that still exists, and also for highlighting the findings on the reasons behind it. And we saw that many of the reasons still have to do with the work-life balance and the role of women as considered as caretakers. Hopefully we can hear more about potential solution in the second question. Thank you, Uti. I will now turn to Ms. Meriam Chahi. So you are the founder of the Algerian Women Foundation. And I wanted to ask you, in your experience as founder of the Algerian Women Foundation, what are the biggest challenges women face in achieving economic empowerment in Algeria?
Thank you, Julia, for the question. Esteemed guests, fellow panelists, distinguished speakers and moderators. Thank you for making this event happen. And also I want to pay tribute to the husbands of the wives who are here present, are taking care of the families back home, participating to the success of this conference as well, and also to the visitors, online visitors are watching us from their homes. Thank you for taking the time to come here to Cyprus for this important theme about women in different aspects in terms of economic empowerment, in terms of healthcare, in terms of justice, and so on. Some of the many figures have been shared yesterday and that are worth sharing, and actually I would join Ms. Clara Magani, I hope I have pronounced the name correctly, to reshare. I'm going to bother you with some figures, to reshare some of the numbers that are worth emphasizing on, and to show the impact on women participation. Actually, we represent 49.6% of the world population, which is roughly 50%, so half of the world. And the most interesting thing that was, for me, was shared yesterday, we have roughly an average of from 7 to 9% actually, before sharing that, 5% of women, less than 5%, are leading businesses in the world. And this translates to an average of 25% in the world, which is from 7 to 9% of the GDP if those women are really active economically in the MENA region. This has a real impact, actually, on not only on the social, but on the economy of the world is expanding now with a very fast rate. And it doesn't happen only in the MENA region, but also it's affecting the EU and also Africa and the West of the world, which is globally, where women not only have limited access to work, but also have less paid work with 70%. That was shared yesterday. 70% for the same work their counterparts are making in the workforce. And we are talking about this in 2024, in the age and the era of technology, of artificial intelligence, of connecting and traveling from a place to another place within a few minutes to hours. And things should be different now. As you said, I was working at Microsoft before, and when I looked to the data, actually, numbers didn't change, and this is what's frustrating. 31% only of females are working within the GAFAM. And I'm not sure if we are not following, but it is the same percentage that was in 2017. And while I was working in Microsoft, saying the parity and we have to employ more women, there is a good also recent UNICEF analysis where 90% of girls don't have access, the girls in low economies are offline, with also 38% of women who doesn't have access to the basic thing, which is technology, which is the smartphone. And we're talking about a woman in Burkina Faso riding a bicycle with her baby on her lap, and making bread for an income to a family, and she doesn't know what is artificial intelligence. So the world is going at a pace where it's developing rapidly from an end, and on the other hand, which with the data, which are, there is a good saying, we can lie easily throughout the statistics, but also it shows us the reality, and we have to put it in front of us to understand, are we really progressing in the world, or are we going back as we are showing through the data? What I wanted to say is, let's keep it positive, however. Let's keep it positive, and I have never thought that I would be saying this 4 years ago while suffering from COVID in the hospital, me along with my dad. Let's keep it positive, and there is good saying from Winston Churchill saying that never take a good crisis goes to waste. COVID came at a time when no one was prepared for it, and shook us to understand the importance of community, of liberty, and we pay tribute also to what's happening now in terms of crisis worldwide and in the region for Palestine. It came also to a time for us to understand the family, which is the core of every element in our progress, but also to understand the value of technology and how to connect and work effectively together online. And there is a good report by the GSMA, the Global System of Mobile Communication, in their Mobile Gender Gap Report 2024. For the first time, the gender gap narrowed to 13% for women connecting online and using smartphones for technology in their workforce. However, the number didn't increase or didn't narrow for the adoption of technology for the 39% of women. Now to your question, Juliette, I'm sorry I took a very long time to the introduction. In terms of the challenges in achieving economic empowerment and how to address this issue through inclusive labor market policy initiatives. This can be achieved through 3 different steps in my regard. The first one is mainly about the work-life balance and providing a prosperous environment for not only women but also for men to proceed and progress in their business. I would like to come back to one small thing before proceeding. There is 17 SDGs, but for me and for us, for me in my perspective, there is always an SDG plus one, 17 plus one. Then the one is family, and there is an adage, a good saying. Ustad Amr Suleiman, I hope I pronounced it correctly. It says, if you educate a woman, you educate a nation, but if you kill a woman, you kill civilization. And this reflects a lot on our community. Also, there is a good saying in Arabic which says, إذا صحت الأسرة صح المجتمع, which means if the family is good and is raised well, then the society goes well. And if you want to have an impact, we have to go back to the micro thing, which is the family. I'm going to explain myself.
I just want to ask you to go
quickly.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Just for then you will have time for the second
problem.
question as well.
So quickly, the impact is through a work-life balance by policy reforms emphasizing on flexible work arrangements to encourage employers to adopt models of flexible working conditions as remote working, part-time, you name it. And this is for men and women to have free time for the work. Many women drop out from work. We come to a time in a junction in our life to divide between work and family. And it always comes to the lady, usually, to stop working and stay at home to take care of the family, which is really good because for us, if it didn't happen, I mean, if there was no marriage, we would not be having now this conversation at all. However, because the world is evolving and COVID have shown us that we can connect online and we can work online, these practices, best practices, have to be taken into consideration by the government in terms of policy reforms and pushing the employers to take these actions. The second one is the cultural societal barriers. And throughout my work, I had the luxury to travel. I'm going to bring back to the Algerian context, to travel across Algeria from its 4 corners, the north, south, the east to the west. And I have felt the immensity of its territory, not only geographically, but also socio-economically. And to have the real impact, also referring to what Ustad Amr Suleiman said yesterday, to have a real impact based on the cultural and societal barriers, you cannot go to a certain village and impose on them that that lady, a housewife taking care of the 6 children in the family, comes out of her environment and work independently and go to the workforce. They wouldn't accept this. So to do it through the foundation, we address the locals, through the aunt, through the mom, through the uncle, and we explain to them with the language they understand, which is actually, for us, it's a cultural heritage, and it's patrimoine, as we say in French.
I'm sorry, just because you're saying very interesting things, but just if you can go to the third point, the key insight,
okay,
so that we can
also
the
third
give
is
the floor.
very
Okay, yes,
the
thank
third
you.
one, the access to quality education and the reformation of the educational system to an innovative and digital transformative approach. The world is changing, and we find the same system for the education. We have been through that system 15 to 18 years ago, maybe 20 years ago, but This has to change. We're talking about artificial intelligence. We are raising new generation who are be leading in 20 years from now, 25 years from now. And the same way we're talking about our grandparents, they don't know how to use really smartphones, or grandparents, we'll talk on the same way about our children who are now having the same educational system as they had, which is doesn't really reflect the reality. If you may, I have
just quickly, because we have to respect the time, otherwise we will not have...
I'm going to just go back to the Algerian context. It is true that the recognition of the role of women in Algeria and all of their rights are enriched through the legislative and the regulatory system, which integrates them as the full players of the process in terms of economy and social development. And this has been guaranteed by equality, equal pay for the same work, and non-discrimination. These rights are guaranteed through some laws. I'm going to give you them if you have time to look at them. Article 36 from the new constitution amended on in March 2016, 37, 40, and also there is another one which is very interesting on the work, the labor rights, Article 17 and 142 from the law of 1911.
Thank you very much.
I know I have to
yes,
so much
for the
time,
next question you will have more
afterwards.
time to go, but thank you very much because you did a recap of the most important statistics that were shared yesterday as well, and you also shared this important recommendation on the importance of digitalization and having also the correct skills in digital sectors. Otherwise, since we are going into a more digitalized world, women will be left behind once again. So thank you very much. You will have more time in the second question. I'm going to ask to be focused on the key insights, because otherwise not everyone will be allowed to have the same opportunities of time. So thank you, Ms. Chahi. I'm going to turn now to Ms. Rana Boulos. Based on your experience as chairwoman of the Global Women Forum, what are the main challenges women face in assessing leadership position?
Thank you very much. First, for inviting me, being here within the prestigious, with everybody. And I would like to thank Cyprus for hosting this event, UFM, and everyone involved within the organization. Just, Julia, would you like to play the video now, or?
Yes, please, for the technical team.
Thank you. I think this was 2 minutes, so I even have less time now to talk, and I will really stick to the points. Just to give you an insight of the last happening of Global Women Forum, which focuses on bridging Arab women in Europe and Arab women from abroad with European women like-minded in energy, AI, and women in STEM, because these are promising sectors and we need more female power within these sectors. And what we do is also we not only bridge in businesses, but also in culture, because in order to make good business, we have to understand the culture. So intercultural exchange is on our agenda. Now, the question you have asked, Julia, you might have all, of course, heard about this question, debated before, and last day, and also today, from Mariam, from Ms. Clara. We have heard some of the challenges facing many women globally. But let me, as we are at UFM platform, I will focus on the Mediterranean area to make it more concrete and relatable. So I will draw from experiences across this diverse region and to see how we can better understand the challenges women face in accessing leadership positions and explore effective solutions. So I will list the challenge and then I will give the best practice of Mediterranean countries in order to give a kind of solution. Who have not heard about gender bias and stereotypes. So this is a key challenge we have. Traditional gender roles can be practically rooted. But to give you some solutions, for instance, initiatives like 100 Women Against Stereotypes in Italy, it's a project aiming to combat gender stereotypes by promoting the visibility of female experts in various fields. In Turkey, we have a program such as the Women Entrepreneurs Association of Turkey, Kadiger, work to raise awareness and empower women entrepreneurs. Secondly, of course, the lack of mentorship and sponsorship. I remember myself when I started my career at the Euro Institute based in Hanover, Germany. I had no clue, I have no engineering background, and all what we do is really very high-tech engineering in energy and infrastructure topics. So I found myself looking for a mentor somehow to lead me and to teach me, and I really wanted to have a male mentor to learn from this person and getting insight and also better understand the male-dominated sectors. So women often have limited access to high-level mentors or generally to mentors. In Spain, we have Womenalia network, which offers a digital platform for professional women to connect with mentors and resources. In Morocco, for instance, we have the Moroccan Women Network, which provide guidance and support for women seeking leadership roles. Third, work-life balance. To be honest, who here believe in work-life balance? Please raise your hand. Okay, we see the result. It's a big issue. And me, myself, I'm a mom of 2 kids. Although I'm aware of this point, I even struggle, and I have a great partner who's now taking care of the 2 kids, but still we need to work on our work-life balance, we need more from the politic. So balancing work and family is really challenging. It's a big responsibility. In Greece, for instance, companies are adopting now more flexible working hours and telecommuting options, especially in tech industries. In Tunisia, we have an organization called Women in Law, and they advocate for more family-friendly workplace policies and legal reforms to support working mothers. Another challenge we all know are networking opportunities. So in France, in Egypt, women may find it harder to access influential networks. In Egypt, we have the Women on Boards Observatory. They promote the inclusion of women in corporate boardrooms and provide network opportunities. So what we see in the recent years, it's more platforms and initiatives to come. In France, we have La French Tech. They include initiatives to ensure women have equal opportunities to network and to participate in the tech ecosystem. Pay gap, we have mentioned this yesterday, we have talked about it now, Mariam has mentioned it. it's a global problem. It's not about Mediterranean region, or this is really a global problem. Me living in Germany, so even though a high industrial country, we have this issue. So our male counterparts, they have with the same roles, they impact their career progression and financial independence, sorry. So here we have to implement equal pay policies and conducting regular pay audits to ensure fairness. Another point is, of course, the limited access many women have to education and training. So in order to get in a leadership position, you must access the education and professional training opportunity. We have to increase scholarships. We have to make more educational programs and vocational training to target women, but also, the very young generation. For instance, we are working, the Global Women Forum has just started an activity along with Deloitte, France, and we are trying to go to deepen the school system and to go really to schools with engineers, female engineers, and show these role models to the girls and give them the platform to ask all the questions they have really within an early stage. We also try to give them a kind of homework. There's from Lego, I don't know if you know them, like these small engineer Lego female figures, to play with it, to really dig in very early, or to let them know about the industry. Last but not least, let me talk about organizational culture. Yesterday, a lady from Lebanon representing LLWB, she has illustrated organizational culture, which is sometimes really, can be very resistant to gender diversity. So associations like LLWB, for instance, they work to change corporate cultures through advocacy and training programs. Last point, discrimination and harassment. We have talked enough about it yesterday. So what I want to say, let me conclude by that, by leveraging specific and successful strategies such as culture change and awareness programs, mentorship and sponsorship programs, implementing inclusive policies, supportive work environments, promoting women's network, and investing in education and training, we can break down barriers and create an inclusive environment where women can really thrive as leaders.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Bolos. Thank you for focusing on the challenge such as training, mentorship, gender pay gap, organizational culture, stereotypes, everything is, there's existing challenges that we still have to overcome. I really like the work that you're doing Global Women Forum and Deloitte France in the schools, because of course representation and model of women since the early age can help the girls to become empowered women. So thank you very much. I'm going to turn now to Ms. Bemoussa. Your startup, Now or Never, focuses on sustainability and digital skills training. So how do you see the intersection of digital innovation and environmental responsibility influencing women's leadership in Morocco? Please, the floor is yours.
First of all, thank you, Julia, for having us today and for gathering all those incredible people with different backgrounds here. I want to start with some questions for the audience. Please raise your hand. How many of you here use digital tool like your mobile phone or laptop every day? What a question, of course, everyone. Now, how many of you are aware of your own carbon footprint and you feel directly impacted by the climate change? Please raise your hand. Few people. Actually, imagine now the phone that you are using every day, like me, I have my phone here, can help you, you can play in games in it, and by playing this game, it can help you reduce waste, learn how to reduce waste, and also how to manage energy and also lower your carbon footprint. And this is actually what we do in the startup Now or Never. So actually we serve sustainability by using gamification tools to help people having some eco-friendly behaviors, and by doing so they can learn, get educated, and also get directly in the action and engaged to be aware and reduce their carbon footprint in their daily life. I'm sure you recently Morocco was hit by a hard earthquake. And it was a big shift in Morocco after that. So it was the time when we were having a lot of questions about the importance of having some digital skills, and also a lot of questions about sustainability practices in our daily life. In that period, I've been in some remote mountains in the south of Morocco, and I met a lot of women and we discussed. And one of the things that really couldn't forget about it was a woman. We were discussing, so we went and bring some donations there, and she was literally telling me, we don't need donations. What I want is to be able to have a long-term income through a work that I can do. And it was really something that reminded us of a reality. So I keep discussing about women, and I told her, so what can you do to learn some income? And then I found that a lot of women do have, especially in the mountains areas, do have some very sustainable practices in their daily life that can be used to create with that some businesses. So here again, this is the link between how can some digital skills help the women's empowerment, and especially for when it comes to decision making and taking the leadership. So learning some digital skills and having in mind the vision about the environmental impact can help. It's important actually to rebuild communities, but especially to maintain a resilience for those communities. Sorry. So as women, I'm sure many of you here can relate. We do face, so right now you were speaking about a lot of challenges, but I'm sure there is something else that most of women here do relate about it, which is the imposter syndrome. So many studies showed that the first percentage of population hit by the imposter syndrome are women. Sometimes, as women, we do have doubts about our abilities, even if we have the passion, even if we have the right skills to create something. And this imposter syndrome, it's for sure a barrier, because we do face financial, cultural, and also social barriers that sometimes make us doubting about ourselves. So that's why when women learn digital skills, and also again have in mind that vision about environment, they can gain power to innovate, but also lead. What they can lead a change. So we do have in many countries, that it has been mentioned yesterday. I remember the great example in Egypt, and also what also my fellow friend said. Actually, by having some digital skills and having that impact in mind, we can achieve incredible things. So, such as many women that can create online businesses to promote some sustainable products. And also, there are also some women that can use apps to monitor waste management and reduce the water consumption, and also for farming. So nowadays, we talk a lot about technologies and also agriculture and a lot of things about it. So
just ask you to wrap up,
yes,
please.
Yes.
Thank you.
That will be my last point. So actually, I just want to make an important point. Digital skills are not about learning or knowing how to use a technology or how to use a mobile phone or a computer. It's way more than that. It's actually about solving real problems that we are facing in our daily life and making a difference. So by monitoring women about technology and sustainability, we prepare them not only for some future jobs, but we also push them to take the lead to make a real impact and contribute in making and having a better planet. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Membusa, for highlighting the work you do with Now or Never, which is essential, and also the intersection between the digital reskill and upskill and environment upskilling and the empowerment of women as well at the same time. So now I will go with, last but not least, Ms. Anna Kyprianou. You're legal counsel at the Board Secretary of Business and Professional Women Cyprus. So can you share with us 3 main achievements in terms of legal framework and ecosystem supporting women economic empowerment?
Hi, first of all, thank you for having me and thank you for coming all the way to Cyprus. We're very happy to have you here. I will try not to bore you with all the legislation. In our association, we were fighting and actually arguing a lot about the equal pay. It was very high on our agenda. So we were very happy to share the equal treatment and equal pay legislations. We have them since 2002, but we still haven't managed to eliminate the pay gap as all of the countries. But I would like to share with you one good practice that we had. We tried to identify the issue and see whether is the equal pay the real issue of women in Cyprus or the work-life balance. So we had a market research last year that showed exactly this, that women believe that it's not the pay gap their issue, it's that they can have the right work-life balance in order to go and achieve their career goals. We were very happy. In Cyprus, we are really good at making legislations. So we have the live and flexible work arrangements for work-life balance law. And we have the anti-sexism and online sexism and related matters law of 2022. So we are really happy to have all this legislation and legal framework to work on. And I will share with you one last thing because I want to be brief and keep up with the time. This year we were very happy to have the Gender Equality Policy Declaration signed and adopted by all ministers. And we have here the commissioner that she's doing an excellent job in creating all this equal space work and is putting there all the effort to have all the tools in order to achieve at some point equality between women and men. And I will keep it until here and then we can discuss further.
Perfect, thank you very much. Thank you for staying in the timing as well and for highlighting the good practices that Cyprus is implementing. We know that work-life balance is still a huge challenge. So thank you everyone. Is Uti still with us online?
I am here.
Perfect. We are running very late, so I'm going to give you a challenge, but you're used to a lot of challenge every day, so I'm sure you can make it. I'm going to change the second question. This would be a question that would be the same for the 5 of you, and it would be about one concrete recommendation to overcome the challenge that you mentioned right now in your first answer. And if you could answer in 1 minute, thinking about one concrete recommendation that you think it should be implemented. Thank you. Uti, I give the floor to you.
No time to think about it. I think if I have to really pick up one recommendation, apart from the collaboration that is needed, because educating women to enter the labor market does not make sense if they then have to face an unequal labor market where employers prefer to recruit men or where they get harassed. So apart from this cooperation that we need among the different policy makers in education, in social policies, in economic policies, in labor market policies, and so on, apart from that, one recommendation is that we educate ourselves and the youth and the incoming generations, and that we look at how we educate them in the education system. What are the messages we pass through education training? What do the learning materials say? How do we make girls and boys to think about themselves and the opportunities in the future from the very early age? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Uti. It was very clear. Thank you for sticking to the time as well. I really appreciate that. Of course, as you said, cooperation is essential, and that's something that Anna, the Secretary General, Anna, mentioned yesterday as well about the work of UFM as a convening power to try to work as well as a platform and bring together all the stakeholders in the region to overcome the challenges that we are facing. Thank you very much, Uti. I'm now turning to Ms. Chehi with the same question, a short answer, concrete recommendation that we can think about implementing or that you are already implementing to overcome the challenges you mentioned.
One recommendation. One recommendation. All right. If I think about one, actually is access to finance and ease access to financing, and this comes from a person who lives in the Algerian context. So many laws are in favor for women actually in the workforce or for equal payment. We are not in this debate locally, even in engineering or I mean on the workforce. The only issue that happens either with the foundation, the Algerian Women Foundation, or so many organizations in Algeria is the reception of the funding internationally and access to funding. And the CSR now is like a trend where companies just justify their participation in the civil society through funding some activities that they find somehow relevant to their objectives. However, it is very difficult to access that funding and have a real impact afterward. So the access to microfinancing is very important. And also, if I add one little recommendation, which is the educational digital transformation of the educational system, and also the access to vocational training online and in presence, and having the impact for the economic empowerment in different sectors. I didn't talk about the Algerian Women Foundation. I didn't have time for that, but I will be happy to share what we are doing with the esteemed guest afterward. Thank you. I tried to make it short.
Thank you. It was perfect. Very clear. Thank you very much. I don't know if my microphone is working.
I'm not sure.
It's on, but it's not working. I don't know what happened. You cannot hear me, right? If I speak? Okay, yes. That's it. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Yes, Ms. Chehid, thank you very much. It was clear. It was, of course, access to finance. Okay. Access to finance is essential. In Cairo, in March, for the International Women's Day, the UFM, together with the Union of Arab Banks, organized a conference on access to finance. And we also managed to provide the opportunities for women entrepreneurs to have a matchmaking session with financial actors. And some of the women entrepreneurs, some of you were present there as well, were able to pitch their own startups and receive a financial award. So we will, of course, keep you updated of all the upcoming activities. I will now turn to Ms. Boulos with the same question and a concrete recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you for the challenge. I will keep it very short. We are always talking about women empowerment. I don't like this word anymore. We are powerful, we just need the right skills, and that's my personal opinion, but also what we recently have discussed during our forum and activities. Many of the women, they have a lack of self-confidence, unfortunately. Just, you know, they have the passion, they have the idea, but they are not confident enough. So my recommendation, and from the experiences, is go ahead, search for the right education to get skilled and get a better self-confidence, because this is a good step to succeed.
Thank you.
That's all from my side.
It was clear, and I do totally agree about the mentorship and providing women with the possibility to have more confidence as well, because that's something that the women sometimes lack.
I have mentioned on personal basis, my mentor, he was a big support for me, and I learned a lot. So, of course, mentorship is essential too.
Thank you very much. The same question to Ms. Membusa, please.
So maybe for me, I will be doing a recommendation in a different way, because I have PPT, but I do only one slide or two.
So
my recommendation will be by showcasing the example of We Can Network, which is a platform to empower women in dry land region. So I will be quick,
just
I
one
promise.
slide, the PowerPoint to the technical team, and we see if we can make it. Otherwise, I will ask you to do it with the. Voilà,
great.
it's here.
Can we go to the second slide, please? Thank you. So as you can see here, I'm just giving the example of We Can, which is an initiative of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. And we are present in many countries around the world in dry land regions. The next slide, please. Oh, it's a video. So do we have time for an inspiring video, and that's it?
No, not really,
okay.
I'm sorry.
All right, please, another slide. The other one. Okay, here we go. Thank you. So this will be my recommendation. It's to think globally and act locally. So in We Can, it's a platform where we do have some, it's a platform for women's empowerment where we can connect, motivate, influence, and also try to be in some decision-making places when it comes to negotiations with the UNFCCC around COP. So I can conclude with the quotes of Malala, when the whole world is silent, even one voice becomes powerful. And also we do have a quote in the Arab world and probably in other cultures that says, one hand cannot clap. So by joining our efforts, we can reach out to incredible efforts. So I was just saying that We Can platform is one of those examples that we need to help women to get access to a good networking, to connect and learn from different best practices from women in the whole world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for highlighting the work of the We Can network and how it's important to have a platform to connect and to put together and exchange the good practices among different stakeholders. Ms. Cipriano, the floor is yours for your recommendation, please.
I will agree with all of you, and thank you for these recommendations. And I will add one more thing, include men in the discussion. And not only the discussion, but work with them and try to educate them, train them as well, and teach them what equality is all about.
Thank you, thank you. We always talk about how it's important to bring men on board as well. I don't know if we have maybe 1, 2 questions from the public. Everything was clear? No questions? So, okay. Well, since we are running late, then I will just thank all the panelists that were here for this first roundtable today. Thank you, Uti, for being connected with us until now. I'm sorry we ran late, but it was very insightful, so I really want to thank you, and thanks to the public for your attention. And now I will give the floor to Ms. Gemma Aubarel, because she will present the Yes, a round of applause for the speakers. Thank you very much. Gemma Oberel, Director of Culture, Gender and Social Affairs Department of the EMED. She will present the UFM EMED MEDWI Policy Studies publication. You have the QR code on your table, and the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Julia. Just very quick, but in an important way and formal way, we are proud to introduce you what you have on your table, that is this policy paper, that it's launched in the frame of a new cooperation that we are happy to announce today and to launch today between the Mediterranean Institute in Barcelona, EMED, and the Union for the Mediterranean Secretariat. So we are really proud to present this new program. This new program is called MEDWI Mediterranean. So this MEDWI means Mediterranean Woman Empowerment. And this is why, now that the Secretary General is leaving the floor, but he has, he has introduced, don't worry, he has introduced with their introduction the policy paper, saying that it's not a matter of justice to tackle the gender issues. It's also a matter to be ready for sustainability and for be ready to a new economical framework in the region, and also a new economical socio-political framework. So what we were thinking with the team of the Union for the Mediterranean with this new program is to link a little bit all the efforts done in terms of good practices with all the dynamics ongoing in terms of think tanks, academic studies, and researching. So we consider there is a space for thinking and also for helping to these good practices to be present in the decision-making in the Euro-Mediterranean policies. So the big challenge is to do something useful in terms of Arab countries, MENA countries, but also in terms of European Union. So our idea is to challenge a little bit the way that the agenda of gender is now developed and put together this experience in terms of practice, knowledge, European side and Southern Mediterranean side also. All this also taking into account that a lot of initiatives in terms of multilateral level are ongoing, and also we want to link this with the local experience. So this is why we consider this space is for policy making, for researching, and also for experts and practitioners. So the idea is to organize every year one conference, one seminar, gathering these people that are, like you are involved in the matters, and then to publish a policy paper that can be really something having an impact in the making of the politics. So this is what we already did with our first policy paper that we did with after organizing the conference, a conference in Barcelona, that it was toward inclusive Mediterranean economics. It's devoted to the economic challenges, some questions that already we reached during our conference. And then after this, this conference that we gathered 15 women and also experts, men and institutions, we gathered in Barcelona all this group of expertise and practitioners, we developed what it has been our first policy paper initiative. Just I want to underline the way these are the articles that you will find in the policy paper, and that this year we will renovate with a new initiative that we will discuss just after the break about environmental issues and security issues. So with this just you can check it, the articles, and you will see that there is some of the questions that we already tackled during the sessions yesterday and today. And we try with these experts to fix some key issues, some key aspects that we will, after all this effort, develop from the Union for the Mediterranean and from the European Institute for Mediterranean Affairs as priorities during the year. So here you have an example about talking about inclusive economy, workplace inclusion, talking about digital skills and education, talking about new challenges, because, for example, in the question of migration and employment, this is an example of Moroccan economy, how they are dealing quite well in some reforms, but still new challenge, like the migration and gender issues in their country. They need to be challenged in terms of economy, on how, for example, sociocultural factors on regulatory reforms are still always a big issue that we need to take into account, taking all these questions. So there, the example of Egypt was really interesting, and also the example of Spain, talking about quotas, talking about the question of that yesterday it has been the public services helping women to reach the workplaces. Let me say, a lot of challenges that we put on perspective and that we put at the service of all the, let me say, the circle of persons that we are really committed on this. Just we want to share this new policy paper series that will be, as I told you, in an annual basis launching and disseminating, that will have also some activities around. So we will appreciate if you have ideas after every one of these policy papers that will be distributed to organize stakeholders meetings, some webinars or things. We will be very pleased to put all this experience at your service. And every year we will find new challenges and new ways to tackle the policies and to have these incidents. That this is what we would like to do in the future. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me? Yes, sorry. Too much, maybe. No, I have a very good news. Thank you very much. And I have to say that was my pleasure to work with Gemma about this during the conference, this publication. And it will be even more interesting to work on this on future topic. We will discuss about this after the coffee break. Now the good news is you have the coffee break. So I will ask you to keep it in 15 minutes because we will have time during the lunch to have more networking. Because then we will start talking about female entrepreneurship and climate security risk. Thank you very much. Thank you again to all the speakers and see you around. Just for information, I'm going to share with you all of you, we will maybe put it on the screen, the link to the picture of yesterday and today event. So you can use, it's free, promote, whatever. Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay. everybody again. Let's try to be on time. It's 11:30, so when it was expected to come back to discuss. I would like to ask everybody to go back to the seats so I can start calling for our speakers to come on the stage. I'm sure you have a lot to discuss, but we will have time. So, okay, a lot of pictures, but don't stop it. Okay, coming again, thank you very much. So, we have been talking already during the previous panel about women economic empowerment. And as I was mentioned yesterday, in the ministerial declaration, we tackle the challenge of women economic empowerment from different perspectives. One is access to the labor market, talking about shifting from informal to formal employment, and the colleague from Egypt was discussing about this. But we talk a lot, at least in the framework of the UFM, about female entrepreneurship, which will be the focus of this session. I would like to ask to our speakers, Aya Helariev, Managing Director of the MENA Women Business Club, Ala Barakat, Director of the Center for Entrepreneurship Innovation at the American University of Cairo from Egypt, Iba Abu-Libde, Women Entrepreneurs for the Startup Synergy from Palestine, Ramallah and Gaza, Raouya Keder, journalist from RTCE from Tunisia, and we should have online Ms. Ana Lite from the Institute of Women from Spain. You are with us?
Yes, I am. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Just to test the audio. Thank you very much. Everybody has the micro? Great. Thank you very much. I'm not going to repeat what has been already given in terms of data this morning and yesterday about female entrepreneurship, the low rates, the challenge of access to finance, the role of social norms, the discussion about how women-led business reliable in terms of economic performance and so on. We know this. So, it's not enough to know, because we need to act. Let's try to walk the talk. To talk the walk? No, to walk the talk.
To walk the talk.
It's great. But the idea of today was to give a little bit of more the perspective for women working in the field, as women entrepreneurs, as people working to support female entrepreneurship, as a public administration, like in the case of Spain, and that to have the perspective of someone who is telling the story of women entrepreneurs, like a journalist. So, I would like to start with Aya. I think I met Aya now, 3 years ago, in Barcelona, in one of our editions of the Women Business Forum. And she came as one of the members of different networks, but at this stage, she was just one of the women entrepreneurs we were working with. And from there, we started our initiative, the MENA Women Business Club, and she was appointed as Egyptian ambassador of the club. And since then, she had been active. She has been organizing networking, mentoring activities. And when, unfortunately, the project ended, she proposed, but it's a good initiative. I would like to work on it. And this is the way she came up with the idea of, I want to keep it and make it a concrete tool. So, Aya, I would like to ask you, since you became managing director of the MENA Women Business Club, what do you think has been the main achievement in terms of networking and membership, in terms of initiative and project, and in terms of partnership and collaboration, where I think it's your real great added value?
Okay, so thank you, Anna, for this amazing invitation. To who doesn't know me, actually, I started the entrepreneurship ecosystem journey when I was 21 years old. So I learned the hard way, and when I became responsible for the club, it was very hard. I want to share something in the beginning before continuing. Sorry. So when they do a lot of researches about the gender gap, especially in investments, it's really hard. I was facing a lot of problems in my first startup. And then when I joined my second startup, actually it started when I was in a conference in Harvard, and I met an investor, Egyptian investor at that time. She was a woman, and I was fascinated that we have an Egyptian woman at that time, back in, I think, 2013 or something. And she actually told me, we don't invest in tech startups. So I told her, I don't want any investments. I just want to know you have better networking and blah, blah, blah. But when I went back to Egypt, I discovered that the investment company, they called me and they said, we want to invest in you. And at that time, I said, why? Why do you want to invest in me? So she told me, actually, because we believe in you and we want you to succeed, okay? This was, I think, 10 years ago. The ecosystem had changed, okay? Back then, it was much easier to get money because they believed in the founders. As a female founder, now it's very, very difficult to get money, okay? So I wanted to share these statistics. It was made by WAMDA, I think, by end of 2022. But as you see, only 2% of women can get deals. And this is something that initiated me to do more work on the club and to see what's the problem behind this, okay? So when you think about it, it was very hard for me as a solo founder. I had to find other partners, and this is something that we did with the club, bring networking and help them how to make partnerships, do things together. We have how to raise investments. As you see, it's always the pre-seed and seed. It's the ones that get the money, and it's a difficult point also to get the money. So this is why we did a lot of meetups, we did a lot of networkings, we did a lot of matchmaking. We want them to get the exposure. So when women get the exposure, it's much easier for them to raise the investments. Why do they don't raise investments, okay? So they don't raise investments because some of the things that was said and reported, it was too early to raise money, so they don't have they don't have confidence that they can raise money at this stage. The pitches weren't that good. They have a lack in the pitching skills and presenting themselves. They don't have confidence to go to talk to investors. This is something we have been working a lot in the club. We try to make a lot of meetups and matchmaking with investors, with potential partners, along with Business Club Africa as well. We have a huge network there. So we bring investors from Africa for them to start working with them and start helping them export their products. So the biggest obstacles for women are raising investments, and this is a whole thing that the club has been evolving around right now. So we want to help women to raise investments easily, to have better opportunities, to be proud of themselves. So I was in a Swedish embassy night 2 months ago in Ramadan, and I think I had like a very fabulous startups over there, and they are like were in Series A, okay? And they had problem like introducing themselves to others. Like they were like, no, please introduce us. We cannot pitch ourselves in a Series A startup founder. It was very hard, you know? And it's very sad because they are doing amazing jobs. One of them actually has like a fashion brand that shows in London Fashion Week and Paris Fashion Week. So come on, guys. You're doing an amazing job. So I think the problem is not only with the startups, the problem is also with the investors. So you'll see that now the investors, back at my time, it was much easier to get investments from investors interested in women, okay? Now it's very, very difficult to get investment for female-led startups. And this is something we try to find them better angel investors, better VCs that they are focused in women empowerment. Whether we like it or not, they don't invest in women. So we try to do these amazing conferences, we try to do a lot of things, but we want to train the angel investors and the VCs that they will go and have a huge growth in their money if they invest in women. This is something that we are doing in the club, and this is something that we hope that afterwards we can have more impact in the community that we are working on. So when you see these numbers, yes, we are more, women are more interested in equity, even there are different things that they can bring money in. And this is a very interesting percentage, as I saw, 82% knowing that investors are likely to take an interest in your startup. So I'm going to do an amazing presentation, I'm doing a lot of amazing pitches, but at the end, the investor is not interested. So I need the network, and this is the power of our club. We give them the exposure to an amazing network, and from there, they can find the best choice for their investors. We started with the networking events. Now we are operating for accelerators, incubators in the blue and green industries. As well, we are going more into national programs. So we actually are doing a program with the Suez Canal, where we are going to have a maritime innovation hub in Egypt that fosters the innovation in the whole MENA. So we're bringing startups led by females and youth to come and get themselves exposed in Egypt. Why not? Why not enjoy ourselves in a hub that we created and we can bring everyone to us? So this is what we are trying to do. And thanks to Anna and the UFM, we haven't been able to do it without him. Thank you. I hope I wasn't long.
No. Thank you very much. And I think just the figure that you shared, in my opinion, could be applied everywhere, not only in the MENA region. Of course, with different degree of success or reliability, but the fact that finally women leading startup at early stage, they need to know where to look for funds. Because mentoring, training is fundamental, but finally, when I have the capacity and the skills, I need to know where to look for funds. Not only, I need to know how to speak the language of the investors, yes. Which is one of the challenging, again, in terms of when we say financial literacy for women entrepreneurs really means I need to understand what the investment funds need from me. I need to take into account that most likely it will take 2 years because it's not something they are going to give in like this. And in any case, I need to understand that one thing is I'm looking for banks and loans, one thing is I'm looking for investment funds. And it's not always easy at the beginning where you have a startup to have this vision. So in this case, the capacity building on financial language is fundamental in this sense. Thank you very much, Aya. You tell this from your perspective as women entrepreneurs, as managing director of the, let's say, a business-oriented initiative. But in case of Ala, thank you for being with us, I would like to hear from the perspective of an organization supporting women entrepreneurs in developing a startup at the early and later stage. You work with the incubation center, you work with the United Nations Women, you have developed a lot of activities in Egypt with successful editions of programs. And I would like to understand from you, in your opinion, which was the added values of the program that you implemented, and why you are repeating, in the good sense, this initiative. Which are the, let's say, the needs you think new program like this should fill? It wasn't possible to do in the previous edition. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Anna, and thank you for the invitation. I'm very pleased to be here with the audience and the esteemed panelists. So let me give you a perspective of the Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation at the American University in Cairo. It was established in 2010 with the aim of supporting the entrepreneurship ecosystem at large. But beginning of 2020, we had a focus on gender. So we have like implementing like gender-focused design programs, especially for women entrepreneurs. So our approach is a little bit different. You know, despite there are similarities in the different countries in the Mediterranean or even inside special countries, there are differences. There are differences in these countries, social and cultural norms. Even inside Egypt, we have differences in different regions and different needs from the women entrepreneurs. So our approach starts with randomized evaluation. So we base all our designing intervention for program based on impact-based research that we do in order to design how we are going to implement different programs that target different women entrepreneurs in different regions. So what we have been doing is that we are designing human-centric programs based on the research that we do with the women in different areas. So one of the findings, for example, of one of the big projects that we are implementing was concerning the age. There are most of the programs that are presented for women entrepreneurs, they always have age limits. And it was like 35 years of age limit in order for women to apply for such programs. So the research finding is that women in Egypt, and I'm sure in many of the Arab countries, they start thinking about their lives after 35, after like getting married, having kids, and they want to do something after 35 of age. But unfortunately, they couldn't find the support system or the programs that cater for their needs. So we have been implementing a program that is age inclusive, that we have women like grandmothers, 65 years old, and she wants to start her own business. She's always, for example, the case of bakery. She's always loved the kitchen and cooking, and she's been working in her projects since 2020. And now even her daughters resigned their day jobs and joined her project because it was scaling up and they were expanding beyond the governorates that she was targeting. That's what I mean. For example, we have different programs for example, undergraduate students, females. And we have programs for graduate students, females. This is the importance of it. We cannot have this one size fits all, or because other programs are doing a certain intervention plan, we have to replicate that. It doesn't work this way, so the needs are completely different. We need to design based on the need of the women entrepreneurs and not what we think is the right approach to support them. So that made a whole different game for us and how we intervene to support women entrepreneurship. So the challenges at the end is similar and the same, but how we face that and help them face that challenges is completely different.
Thank you very much for stressing this, and I can confirm that this is a big challenge, because when myself I share the information about program or grants or awards or support or funds, the first question that I receive among the members of our network, but for which, until which age people can apply. And this is something that is related to do. Absolutely true. And another thing that I want to react to is about this dimension of having similar programs for the same country of the same target group. In my opinion, as I was saying yesterday, there is still a lack of communication. That is, I know that you are doing this. I know there are a lot of programs in Egypt specifically. I've been in touch with one of them that is a big, big program of $40 million on women economic empowerment, but working with the private sectors. So how to help the private sector to better improve women. So also in this case, we should also think maybe that in the framework of this project, there could be some synergy with the program that you are implementing, because it's true, but part of the programs, the private sector, are also women entrepreneurs themselves. So the idea to put together the experience of the business ecosystem and what you are doing, I think it would be a great opportunity. I will share the contact about this. Now, Shifting a little bit to the eastern part of the Mediterranean, I'm really, really pleased to have with us Iba Abu Libde. I pronounce well? Correct. Okay. She's the owner and chairwoman of the board of the Synergy company for renewable energy solution. She's also a member of the Women Business Palestinian Forum, and the company has been recognized to be among the top 3 engineering, procurement, and construction of a solar photovoltaic system in Palestine. And you were working in West Bank and Gaza Strip. Yes. So, first of all, happy that you are with us, even in this really, really difficult context. And in your case, as women entrepreneurs working in a very, very challenging context, beside the challenges that have already been highlighted, you, despite all of this, you got a very good results and concrete results on this. Your company is working, you have been implementing activity, you have been working also in Gaza to provide solar panels to schools, to university, and so on. Tell us the good part, meaning how did you get there to reach this result? Because it could be a good practice to be promoted all around the region. Thank you.
First of all, thank you, Anna, and thank you, UFM, and thank you, everyone, for having us all here. I mean, I think at the end of the day, we're all facing the same challenges, and we're all trying to overcome them, probably in the same similar manner. Firstly and foremost, I think the main thing that we have to do is to overcome the stereotype, the stigma that some jobs are made for women and some jobs are made for men. Jobs are jobs, regardless of the gender. If you want to go forward with your vision and with the mission of the company and where do you see yourself in the future, if you just believe yourself and get rid of the imposter syndrome, and regardless of whether there was representation of, or any cultural, social, or economic problems, if you just set your mind that you want to move forward and you believe in yourself and you believe in the vision of the company that you're leading, you can make it happen. Yes, of course, there are many challenges. We all face them, regardless whether it be in the MENA region or Europe or the West or anywhere else in the world globally. We know that there are social challenges, there are cultural challenges, there are economic challenges and financial and political and so on and so forth. But if we just look at the negativity of things, it's not going to lead us anywhere. At the end of the day, I know that I have a solution. I know that we have a problem. I am going to try the best that I can in any shape or form to overcome these problems and to reach the solution that I want to have. And especially in our context, knowing that the energy is controlled and by Israel, and part of our independence is not just from, obviously, the political side, but also from the economic side. So for me, that was the main trigger of where I wanted to head. Instead of having to rely on another entity to get access to the basic needs of human beings, which is electricity, well, there is the sun. I don't need to rely on anyone. God has gifted us with the sun. I will just use that and go ahead and provide people with what they need. So I think just focusing on the end result and trying as much as you can to close your ears and close your eyes on the other, I mean, the negative fuss or whatever you want to call it that might be coming from the outside. Just believe in yourself and go. At the end of the day, I am working in the renewable energy sector. It's a matter of sustainability. The climate problems and the climate change is not looking at, oh, he's a man, he's going to be affected, she's a woman, she's not going to be affected. Climate problems and sustainability, it's a genderless problem. So if we want to actually work towards making it a better place for humanity to live in, I think we need to put gender aside and just go with our flow.
Thank you very much, Eva. And okay, I will go back to you with a second question, but okay. Now, women working on the fields and someone telling the story of the women working in the fields from different perspectives. So, just to pronounce again well your name, Rauya?
Yes.
Okay, Keder. She is a journalist, radio host, and podcast producer. And you have been working in covering a lot of story about female entrepreneurship. We have the pleasure to have you also in our Women Business Forum last year in Tunisia. And we were discussing a little bit yesterday in the media session about the challenge for women journalists to tell the story of women in general. In the case of women entrepreneurs, which are your challenges when you want, the stereotypes that you face when you want to tell about female entrepreneur stories from a media perspective? Did you face yourself some challenges in shifting a little bit the narrative about women empowerment, about female entrepreneurship? And if yes, how do you tackle that?
Ok, je vais parler en français, donc comme ça je laisse.
So I will speak in. I switch to French. I will speak in English. Sorry, in French. So it will be interpretation in English. Thank you for continuing this way. First of all, I would like to say that I am both a journalist, but at the same time a businesswoman. It's a sector in which I am involved for 3 or 4 years. And definitely I face all these challenges, meaning having access to networking, to financing, and to this mindset, this culture, this mentality, to accept a woman, I mean. So I work a lot on this point. A woman is maybe. I work for the Broadcasting Corporation. I am a journalist. I am involved in writing articles for the press, for newspapers. So I am involved in a female magazine, and of course I am conducting interviews for women. I have to choose, and I have to decide not to tell all the narrative in order to cover all this course for the part of a woman, all this long way for a woman in order to reach the objective. So I have drafted an article, a one-page article. It was frustrating. 10-minute or 5-minute interviews. It wasn't easy for a businesswoman to focus on the success story. They are women who have accomplished their mission. They are highly qualified, intelligent people, and it is very easy for them to go on a postcard to talk about the best practices. Each one has had her way, which is inspiring for other women. And I will come back to what Ala said on age limit. It's quite interesting indeed, because it's not a postcard. We will talk about a metaphoric approach. 40 out of 20, just to inspire other women. They are women who are blocked in order to become businesswomen. And we support them throughout their way to reach their objective through networking. We try to tell in a different way these stories on these postcards to inspire them, to influence them, to impact positively these women. When we tell these stories, and each businesswoman tries to tell her story, her biggest challenge, the most hot challenge. And sometimes they are very touched. Good practices definitely go through this way, through the figures, the nice stories, this endeavor for the part of these women. And I also may proceed. I recognize there are very sad stories. A businesswoman launched her startup. She is abandoned. She's waiting for somebody to pick her up from her school, faculty, and whatever. And it is frustrating. She is thinking about avoiding attending the meeting. Or she's about to decide because she's thinking of her son coming back to pick her up, you see? So these are the very small details.
Success stories, meaning also the failures, because you can learn from them. And this is very important, because otherwise everybody will think that it was easy. It's not the case, but you can learn by the mistake. If some of the also can be in the different direction, meaning there are women of 40 years that want to start their job, but most likely there will be also young women of 22, 25 years who are going on the same process with the same challenges, but from a different perspective and maybe different skills. So the learning process could be in both directions in this sense. Intergenerational dialogue is absolutely fundamental. Thank you very much. And Analite, you are with us? Yes, great. Thank you very much. Analite is Assistant Deputy Director General for Female Entrepreneurship at the Institute of Women in Spain. You work directly with the Ministry of Equality in Spain. You are a member of the Regional Dialogue Platform on Women, and you have been working in drafting analysis, but also guidance, toolkit on different topics. Today, the focus will be on female entrepreneurship from the perspective of a public national administration. And my question for you would be more focus on the perspective of the challenges that women entrepreneurs from a European country are facing, and based on your analysis, and if there are similarities with what the women entrepreneurs have been saying today, and what Spain has been developed, thanks to the Institute of Women, to support them. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Can you hear me well?
Yes, yes.
Yes, okay. So it's nice to go even remotely. And in recent years, the role of women leaders in their own businesses has increased in a wide variety of sectors, but still it's predominant in female sector, as the 70% of female entrepreneurship take part in the services sector. However, according to the last Global Entrepreneur Monitor report, 2023-2024, there is a greater participation of women in a more digitalized and innovative activities, even above the EU average. In fact, women lead 1 of 5 Spanish startups and generate 10% more revenue. The age of women, one of our colleagues, I think it was Hala that was speaking before about the age. So the age of women entrepreneurs has also increased, most of them between 36 and 45 years old, with high education and previous work experience. Women entrepreneurs are still somewhat more likely to prioritize the social and environmental impact of their entrepreneurial initiatives than men. And this is very visible even in the rural world. Despite their high motivation and determination, As we have been seeing today, women entrepreneurs face more challenges than their male counterparts. For instance, the issue of being the last one is that most of the things have already been said, so I'm going to try to be very briefly. They face more difficulties in accessing to finance. Aya was talking about it. Capital is essential to turn an idea into a viable business. However, the data remains kind of discouraging because in Europe, including Spain, the startup founded by women received only 1.8% of the total venture capital in the last years. We have been a slight improvement, but still it's very short. Gender roles, stereotypes, and expectations persist even stronger in rural areas and have a clear impact in entrepreneurship in the perceptions of what women can and not can do. The lack of women participation and visibility in the entrepreneurial field is also another challenge, which leads to less confidence in their abilities, reducing women's opportunity to overcome and become entrepreneurs. Therefore, it's crucial to introduce agents and policies that value and support women business proposal, breaking this cycle of inequality. So we need to make visible more female role models. The lack of specific training for entrepreneurship and on self-confidence is also a challenge that we have to face and work on it. And there is also a digital gender divide. So there is an inequality in access to and the use of new technologies, coupled also with the gender stereotype in the technologies sector. This reality constitutes a significant barrier for entrepreneurs, also adding more difficulties to expand and internationalize their businesses. In some cases, there is also a poor network of contacts, leaving women feeling isolated. We were seeing this morning how important is self-confidence, and so strong networks are vital for entrepreneurship. The lack of shared responsibilities in care duties and the insufficient, accessible, and adequate educational and care services are also a challenge and increase the care burden, mainly for women, and even more in rural areas. So women entrepreneurs face multiple barriers that hinder their path to entrepreneurs. Addressing them is essential to end gender inequalities and to boost and make a real the enormous potential that women can bring to our economies. So, and how to make this possible? The only way is through a real commitment of the diversity actors involved at national, regional, and local level, and with the civil society to create an environment where women entrepreneurs can thrive out without difficulties. So what are we doing at the Institute of Women? The Institute of Women implements a diversity set of programs and action, and I'm going to briefly mention some of them. For instance, in the rural areas and for the rural community, we have Desafío Mujer Rural, or Women Rural Challenge in English, which is a program co-founded by the European Union aiming to help women to create or consolidate their own businesses while supporting the female business community in rural areas to bridge the gender gaps in employment and entrepreneurship. Through the program, we support the rural women to facilitate their access to employment and entrepreneur, boost business in rural areas and improve services, and provide examples of female role models to motivate other women. And of course, we try to promote network opportunities. How we do it? We do it online, giving personal technical advice and support services for the female entrepreneurship, supporting them through the process of setting up their businesses. We provide a specific training, not only in business models, but also in digitalization, financing, marketing. It's very important to teach how to sell their products and to have self-confidence. We have one-to-one tutorials for the participants, which are very much appreciated. And we provide information through the site web of the program, www.desafiomujerrural.es, providing tools for drawing up the business plans, giving information on accessing to finding resources, grants, subsidies, and putting together other public services available at national or at regional level for entrepreneurship. And other part of the program is dissemination, visibility, and recognition of female role models, showing their experiences and achievement through interviews, videos, etc. So making visible this female entrepreneurship leading their businesses and facing their challenges. I recommend you to go through the secret if you have the time after the conference. We also create networking opportunities in which entrepreneurs meet in thematic, regularly in thematic sections, and they present their business, their challenge phase, and how they have gone through it. So successful stories, but also not so successful stories, as you were saying before, Anna. So the Institute of Women also supports a school for female entrepreneurs called Juana Millán. The school was named in the honor of the first women printer in Spain in the 16th century. The school offers an accessible and open proposal for women who wish to create and sustain their own employment through entrepreneurial projects. The school goes beyond the mere business teaching. It's tried to be an inclusive and committed space, addressing the needs and singularity of each of women participants from an eco-feminist and circular economy perspective. We also collaborate since a few years ago with the Spanish Chambers of Commerce in the PAEM program. You can also have a look at the web www.empresarias.camara.es, which provide business advice to hundreds of women through the country, with more than 50 participants, physically chambers of commerce, and online information in this web. The information, some of the information provided, it's about microcredit, and talking about this, it's also very important the collaboration that the Institute of Women has with Microbank, who offers the possibility of accessing to microcredits up to 30,000 euros without the need of third-party guarantees, and granted in a more advantageous condition than those in the general market. We also work with the universities, and I'm finishing, to promote female scientific and technology-based entrepreneurship through a project called Innovatia 8.3. We work with a network of 48 universities to analyze the root causes of the low presence of women in business projects promoted by the Spanish universities, and develop and implement tools to solve it. So the key is to introduce the gender perspective in all the procedures of the knowledge transfer process through the research result transfer offices at the universities. So as we can see, the challenges are huge.
Anna, can you hear me?
Yes.
I would ask you just to finish. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, so just to work. So the challenges are huge, and there is not only one solution, but a comprehensive and a collaborative approach is needed, and we are committed to the economic and empowerment of women and independence, and we'll continue working on it. And I get back home many good practices from these sessions, so happy to be here, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much, Anna. I would like to react to a lot of things, but we have no time. Just a couple of things that, in my opinion, want to highlight from your intervention. First of all, I think you mentioned a lot of similarities with what were presented from the women entrepreneurs and from Hala and Raja from the southern perspective. Meaning, we are talking women in rural areas in Spain facing similar challenges to this. And you are putting in place similar programs. It would be interesting to understand the enabling conditions for which you got to put in place a program that has providing them with the tools and skills they were able to use to develop their entrepreneurial project. Because this is even if there are similarities, maybe the conditions are not the same. So what we need to know to put in place before even launching this kind of project. This would be interesting. The second thing is that you mentioning in the last part, the initiative, both the cooperation with the banks for the microcredit, but I know there is a lot of debate about microcredits, is worth it, is sustainable or not instead of investment, but this is a long debate. And the second thing is the relation with the innovation center. When you talk about knowledge transfer, putting together academy, business sectors, and public sectors. This is something that you can do where you have an ecosystem in place. Now, we are talking about countries where this ecosystem needs to be built up. And this is also interesting to know how the ecosystem has been created, how it's working. Because also there, connecting the dots would be interesting. This is just reflection, are not questions, but just to think that when we talk about an holistic approach, it's good, but we have also to take into account that, as Hala was saying, one solution doesn't fit all. So, but interesting to know all this. Thank you very much. I'm just looking at the time. We have 15 minutes. So I'm going back to all of you with one question, which is somehow a reaction on what you have been saying in the first question. Yeah. I know that we have been discussing about this a lot of time in the last 2 years. But we were in Cairo, and also Ala were there, and we had the possibility to talk with financial actors and investment funds. One of them is a plug and play, the other one is Seedstars, and my feeling is that the interconnection between support to female startup and green and tech transition is becoming a must. Do you think that there is a risk when you talk with investors that they will be focused only on these two areas and you are losing part of the, let's say, business activity of women working on culture, on handcraft, how to bridge all this part? Because member of your MENA Women Business Club, I mean our MENA Women Business Club, they are working on all these sectors. There is a risk there, and if yes, how to avoid it?
Okay, so to be frank, Anna, I think it's all about trends. Okay, when you come about investments, so each couple of years they are like, there is a trend that we're going, for example, after education. There is a trend that we're going after energy and green tech. So it's all about trends in every aspect. But the thing is, okay, so there was a time that fintech was booming and it's still booming. But for me as an education, because I'm from an ed tech background, it's very, very hard for founders to get investments if they are not focusing on the trend that's happening around them. It's very hard. And the thing is to convince the financial institutions or to convince the VCs that you have to invest in this, the startups are not the ones who are going to do it. So it has to come from the policymakers. Like, okay, so we are targeting funds to these sectors. So what about the other sectors? What are we going to do? So for example, we are working on an accelerator related to creative industries. Creative industries, like, it generates a lot of money for countries, but the thing is, people don't want to pay investments in the creative industries. You can't find any investor who wants to pay for doing crafts or doing digital games, for example. So it's very hard. And you go to, okay, so I'm doing something related to climate action, green technology. Oh, wow, okay, we're coming. How about the others? What are we going to do? So when you talk about education, for example, it's very hard. You'll find it in the end of the list always. You don't have, for me as a founder, okay, it's hard. But for example, I got 2 acquisitions at the beginning of this year with my startup, and they said no, from a British and from a Saudi companies. So the thing is, it's the power of knowing the network, again, who I'm talking to. So I'm going to the right investor or the right partner who are going to come and help in the area of expertise that I work on or not. So it's again about the network. So it's not going to happen. We are not going to convince the funds. No way. Plug and Play is one of the very active investors in Africa, maybe #1 now. But I'm not going to tell them when I met, like, for example, I love Plug and Play, and they're very supportive for the community. But then when I met the regional level, they said, we're not going to invest in EdTech. Why? Because it's not booming. We can generate money from it. So I think the question, Anna, is it's not about how to get the investments and why are we always seeking investments. It's about how to make startups generate money more, to make the investors go after them. So it has to be the other side. And this is what I did, and it's working very well with me. So I'm gonna boom, I'm a female founder, I can generate money, and I can sell. I sell in 10 markets so far. How I'm doing it simply because I'm a woman. I'm a multitasker. This is by nature. So it's all about believing. If you believe in yourself, you can do it. Other women are doing a lot of amazing stuff everywhere. But it's a matter of, I think, the level of the investment from funds or from VCs, it has to change the way of the thinking of them, not only startups. So as an angel investor, as a VC investor, as someone in the board, we have to train women to be more in boards and to be more in decision making. So if women are there, they will understand what we are talking about. So we have to empower people to go upstairs. Be there for us. I think this is the solution.
Thank you very much, Aya. Thank you very much. Indeed. I have a provocative question to Hala. Okay. From your perspective, working in this program with so many women, in the last 10 years maybe, there is something that people repeat a lot of time. And I wanted to ask you if, in your opinion, based on what you have seen, this is a stereotype or is true? Meaning, we always say that women in Europe become entrepreneurs because they want. And women in the MENA region, they become entrepreneurs because they need. Do you think it's true or not? And if it's true, what the program that you are developing can do to support them in doing this? Because I have also listened people saying, yes, it's true, but it's not a bad thing. Meaning we need to do this, but we want also to bring a change, a social impact in our communities. So it's true, maybe we start because we don't have other option, but at the same time, we bring a concrete change in our territory. So I wanted to listen to your opinion.
Yes, that's a very interesting question, actually. But let me clarify things, like adding to the discussion, is that we look into things on a superficial frontier, more or less. We don't look into the root causes. And even when she's talking about access to finance, it's not that there are no venture capitalists and angel investors in the ecosystems. There are. But why women face that challenge of accessing finance similar to their male counterparts? To navigate deeply on the root causes and start to design projects to change that narrative is very, very important. Coming back to your question, it's similar. We have to differentiate between need-based entrepreneurship and opportunity-based entrepreneurship. In any market, you will find both. I'm sure in Europe there are certain regions where women have need-based entrepreneurship ventures and opportunity-based. In a country like Egypt, we see both. Maybe the percentage differs, but we still have a lot of young Egyptian women who start with, they see an opportunity in the market and they work on their ideas. But the point here now is that, according to the GEM report for the past years on Egypt, every year the percentage of women who start their own business are much higher than the percentage of men, but it declines immediately after 2 years.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do about this? So entrepreneurship is a very lonely journey. very lonely journey. Especially for women, it's even more loneliness, because if she's not having the support group within her closed circle, she will die she will not have this stamina of continuing on trying out. But what we're trying to do is that when we design things, we design the support system. We are enabling, we're an academia, we are trying to enable the resources around her. For example, we have one of the mentoring programs, it's an MIT model where we ensure that we have female representation on the mentor side and female representation on the mentee side. So we have this like equilibrium of the understanding. So when they sit on, it's a group mentoring methodology. It's like availing an advisory board for these women and support them throughout their journey. It's not a timed program. So once they are onboarded on the program, they already take the support of the mentorship as long as they are on the business. Something else that we found from the root causes, most of the investors, the angel investors or the VCs is also male-dominated. And what we are doing is that we are working with undergraduate students in a venture capital competition. So we are inviting females and girl students in order to take up the training of investment, to sit on the investor side, so that we are enabling more women to be like investors, angel investor, venture capital, to understand this, so that when someone like I, an entrepreneur, just don't go on a pitching night and all male representation. That's how we need to look in the root causes and start like tackling it. It's a long journey, but we have like to work on it.
Thank you very much. Yes. And thanks to Aya, because in Cairo, the pitching session was in front of only women from the investment fund, so it was a very specific case, so brava Aya. You mentioned the ecosystem, and part of this ecosystem, we have also what we call the Women Business Association. Ala, you are a member of the Men and Women Business Club, you are a member of the Palestinian Business Forum. As women entrepreneurs, what do you expect from the activities of the civil society organization working on women entrepreneurs can provide to you, and what you are providing to the network?
I mean, the thing that we should expect from such clubs or such societies and connections is to actually, as you said in the beginning of the session, to walk the talk. We are promoting inclusion, we are promoting equality. The only way to see it happen is to partake in these associations. At the end of the day, these associations are the face front of many female entrepreneurs that maybe have not yet reached to the level that the others might have. But what they can do is to promote the private and public sector partnerships in order to put forth policy and to make it part of the national reform that women, they are just as equal and they deserve to be represented fairly in the higher ranking positions. And in this manner, it will encourage other females to partake in such sectors that usually are not, they're pushed back from. So, and I think it was mentioned yesterday by Rania that corrections need to be made in 3 different folds. We're talking about the organization, we're talking about the policy level, and we're also talking about the personal level. We can, at the end of the day, there are success stories, there are failure stories. Instead of sitting down and dwelling on the failures, just let's pick ourselves up and go hunt the next success. So if we make sure that we push through these associations to have an increase in female representations, it will definitely reinforce women in whether it be a political level or in the policy-making or decision-making sectors.
Thank you very much, Iba. And I would just add something. when we have been working as UFM, trying to work with women business associations from the region, we face some resistance, meaning that there is a degree of competition among them because of limited resources, of course, but I think that really we will need more cooperation among the women business association in the region from the different countries. Sectorial, not sectorial, but really this is something on which as UFM we want to focus and we want to launch an open knowledge network for women business associations and women entrepreneurs from all the sector, because we believe that if the people will speak, there will be. We were in Cairo and there were the Women Business Association from Jordan and from Egypt, and they were exchanging very good and concrete practice. They would be interesting to export. The Jordanian one has a very good practice on digital trade, and that could be adapted everywhere. So I think if you, as member of the Women Business Association, can push this message of more cooperation, we will be more than happy.
Yes.
Now, journalist, an entrepreneur, but in this case, a journalist. If you should mention the most common reaction that you have to your podcast, to your articles, to your radio emission, when you talk about women entrepreneurs, the success stories that you were mentioning. The reaction from the public, from the audience, is more go for it, or is more you always talk about women? You focus too much on women. Which is the general reaction that you have?
Je vais dire les deux réactions.
So a couple of reactions, because a couple of there are people who will say it's perfect, it's excellent, well done for this route. It's pretty interesting. I've learned a lot. It's inspiring. These terms come back again and again. But we tell the story of one businesswoman, but there are many who will get involved. So I was invited to participate in a podcast to talk about female entrepreneurship and to talk about this change, this trend, this mindset. It's more difficult for a woman. It's, well, the traditional theory. So we have to go through this networking and tell the story. Maybe we share some duties, some responsibilities. Definitely the percentage of duties to be accomplished by the women is higher. They have to endeavor in order to convince. So I have a comment on this. Yes, indeed, but it is, after all, the role of the mother, the wife. Definitely, she has made it. She gave some lessons to all of us. It has been very difficult for her, but the other way around, it isn't the case. I understand better today because sometimes we repeat and repeat again and again. So this patience all these women insisting patiently to tell the story again and again. It's going round again and again on negative comments which are there. And I think this is my view. I mean, we are more touched by negative comments than men, because they don't give a pants, believe me. But anyway, in order to proceed, to continue, there is also this public, this audience, which is there. And mainly in Tunisia, the role of mass media is pivot, and there are mass media very male-centered and male-owned. And I take advantage of say hi, Caroline from Tunisia, who has been involved in this enterprise business. Women, 100 women. These women have told the story just to inspire other women. That's it. How the women may talk about themselves, and of course mass media convey the message. Thank you very much. Well done for this review, Caroline.
The risk of exposure, from one side, we were saying, yes, if you don't talk about this, it doesn't exist. But when you talk about this, you put yourself at risk,
Exactly.
this kind of attacks. So this is a contradiction. Anna?
Yes.
Sorry, because we all exceeded our time of 5 minutes. I would like to ask you, now, as a representative of a national public administration, you have been listening the women entrepreneurs today. You work with the women entrepreneurs in Spain. If you should bring back home a message, a positive message from today's discussion to the women entrepreneurs in Spain, which one do you think you could bring to them?
Well, the good thing is that female can be all over the world because they are doing this. I come back with many good practices, and one of the things that we have to look at when we come back to Spain is about teaching investors. This, I think, is very important. But I also would like to briefly comment on one of the comments you mentioned before after my intervention. You were saying that we have in the region many different situations, and probably the starting point in the region can be different, but the challenges are very similar. So what we have to do to design good policies, I think we have to make an assessment of the real situation that we have, set a map of the needs that women have, the resources and the opportunities, and then sit down, and in order to that, sit down with the women and with the associations and with the companies and with the sectors and with the investors, and try to listen to all of them in order to put all the issues together, the resources, the needs and the opportunities in order to design good policies.
Thank you very much. Thank you for making the wrap-up of the session in this. Thank you very much, Anna. And thank you very much to all the speakers. The time for one question from the public, if there is any. No? Okay. Yes, Clara, with the micro, please.
Thank you so much. I have one question for you. En français.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yes.
In French, yes. In fact, I wanted you to know that what you're doing is very concrete, very precise. It's something that it is extremely important for us in the World Bank, for me, to just understand precisely which are definitely the stories of the women, of these women. It's nice to propose such and such a package deal and so on and so forth, but it's nice to know, to understand how you will just elaborate on this initiative very precisely, and how you will get involved in such elaboration. So it's very precise. This is what we try to understand. How you have just started this. I would like to launch this kind of initiatives, but I want to understand how, which is your story, your personal story, to understand the reality, life reality. You understand before the judiciary, before the banking sector, before this and before that. how we are involved in the business world. Because of this, because I was very much frustrated, disappointed by my manager and by other women who experienced such stories. I wanted to tell the other way round the story. And of course, it's very easy to tell a success story, but I need some details. I need to live it, to be there in reality. So I launched my postcards in person, and individually, my own one, and then I produced postcards for international organizations, for the institutions, and of course they believe in me, they trust me. We will utilize this definitely in the MENA region. This is a long way to go for these women. And from there onwards, I started to elaborate on Tunisia podcast platform. So I started from this disappointment, and it turned to be a business. You see, just to tell it short, to cut short the story. Thank you very much. Just applauding warmly.
And I would like now to give the floor to Gemma. Okay. She will be moderating the next panel. And the next panel will tackle a specific perspective, which is gender and climate, but the perspective of climate risk. And Gemma will explain a little bit why we thought about this specific panel, because there will be, let's say, more medium and long-term objective in this framework. Thank you very much. Gemma, the floor is yours. ¿Tienes el micro?
Well, here we are again, and now with a topic that is really just changing a little bit our points for today, and it's a very important, central, and focal issue. At least we consider this, and this is why Anna, in her presentation, has been underlining the idea that the UFM has to follow the Women, Peace and Security agenda. We are in a moment where gender issue is central in the question of the crisis around the Mediterranean. The crises are diverse, are a lot. Not a lot. This is a crisis way. The crisis is in the Mediterranean is our way to managing somehow our relations, we may say. But we are talking today from a perspective of climate crisis and gender equality. We are identifying what we consider some emerging security risk. This means an exercise to put a little bit of our overview under the context we are living, and to try to focus in some key issues that can be important for future actions. So our reflection today will be taking advantage of some interesting research and experience in the region, taking advantage of this experience, making some kind of reflection and recommendations for the future roadmap of this issue in this UFM collaboration also with the EMET in terms of this MEDWE program that we introduced to you before the break. So this issue will be the issue where we will devote during this next year and the coming months a little bit of effort to reach our target, that is to make some research at the end of the period that can be useful to make some changes and to have some incidence in politics. So it has been said some of these challenges till now. For example, we were talking about all the questions in Morocco, the floods in Tunisia, the headquarters, all the problems that we face in time of climate change effects in the region. We were talking yesterday and focusing on the Palestine and Gaza situation that
provides to the question of the women and girls a very clear situation. We were not talking a lot, but we will do today, about migration and refugee. So we are talking mainly about vulnerability of gender. But what we want to put this is into the perspective of women being a part of a change of this overview. So we want not to talk about vulnerability regarding this crisis. We want to think a little bit in which way we can empower this woman, for example, in prevention of conflict, in conversation to prevention of this on the risk resolutions, or in the definition of new politics on how the woman can be making a change in rural areas regarding climate change or water waste policies. So, first, we want to reach all these questions and challenges from the point of view of women being not only vulnerable, that we already know, but being actors and participating from the beginning to the end of what are the politics regarding this issue. Second, we want, of course, and we have a Lebanese Egyptian session, you will see, but we want to pay attention to the connection between Europe and the MENA region. In the global point, but from a global point, but we want to pay attention in the potential cooperation between Europe and these situations in the southern Mediterranean region. Some common challenges also, and cooperation possibilities. And finally, and this is our main challenge, is to have this nexus between climate change, migration, socioeconomic empowerment, and security. And also we take on board journalism and public opinion. So a big challenge is just a starting point, but we are lucky to have with us some interesting women working on this. There is a long time, and they can be prepared to a little bit assure that some questions raised by this session can be a little bit put on the front. So the first invitee that I would like her to come is Shireen Karejerian, that she's Program Director of the Environmental Politics Program in the Arab Reform Initiative, ARI. Thanks, Shireen. Shireen, she's now working hard in a question that matters for us, that is the Syrian women refugees in Beirut. She's the PhD that she's working with. And she has been during 50 years working also in an institute, the Fires Institute for Studies, and she held a master's degree in environmental issues. She's a person with a broader idea, working from Arab Reform Initiative, of what is security, conflict resolution, also regarding this approach. So the second person that I will ask to join us is Manal Abu Dagher. Manal, thank you. She's a lead sustainability coordinator at the Lebanese American University. And Manal recently coordinated a study in this well-known research network, Euromesco, that we are coordinating at the EMET in Barcelona, that gathers a lot of think tanks in the Euro-Mediterranean region, and she leads a study that really take the climate change and internal displacement and gender as a key of the point. So her insights will be really interesting. The third person that will join us is Noura Abdel Wahab. She's our Egyptian representative in this Lebanese session. She's international water management. She's working in the International Water Management Institute in the MENA office in Egypt. And Noura she's a dynamic gender equality and social inclusion and research leader, and with more than 20 years of experience in the region, working on water, agriculture, and energy. And she, I could realize yesterday, just changing with her, has not only a great knowledge, but important commitment. In fact, the three of them, they are committed women in what we were talking about today. And finally, I will invite to join us Susan Baclini. journalist Deloriane Lejour from Lebanon. And the idea is, I don't know if you follow her, if not, I advise you to do this. And she's following gender and environmental issues in Lebanon and also across the region. And she has been attending numerous United Nations climate change summits. That it's one of our targets to have an incidence there. And you know there is a group of journalists today joining our initiative, and we will like that these journalists also being with us in this commitment and in this joint, let me say, target that we have for today. So we will...
Take your time.
It's okay? It's working, no? Okay, so we will start this round table. I already asked the intervenants to be short, 5 minutes in each intervention, because we would like to have a dynamic session. We already, during yesterday and today, we have an in-depth sessions according to the main challenge. So today's session is much more about reflection, issues. Let's see if we can do this in this way. So already introduced the topic that we will tackle today. We will ask first of all to Sarin. Well, you will explain us very shortly how we can mix or how we can approach climate crisis, conflict resolution, environmental security, peace building. Sometimes we don't understand exactly how climate change risk can be linked to this peace agenda, and how women can be actively not only affected by the fact of the crisis, but actively working as actors in this prevention and conflict resolution. Big issue. We don't understand that it's a big, but please let us to enlighten a little bit this point in order to make us more.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Gemma.
Perhaps,
thank you, Gemma. This is good. We'll try to be on time, because it's the session before the lunch is not always the best one, but we'll make sure it's good. So, I mean, this is a very big issue, but here I'd like to, a bit contextualize it in the region where we are coming from, at least our panelists. And I'm quoting a journalist who's done some work in Jordan, but it could have been the same stories in Syria, in Lebanon, in Libya, and other parts of the region. So here, it's Melissa Parsons, she's a journalist. She went to Ghor al-Safi, which is a village in Jordan, and following women who are farmers and working in the land. And for them, climate change is not maybe visible, and it's not the language or the terminologies that is reachable to them. But if you talk about environment, if you talk about access to water, access to clean water, it makes more sense. If you talk about land and their ownership of the land, it makes more sense. So this is how we need to break a bit these terminologies into make it more available to the public. So here, women farming in Ghor al-Safi say that 4 or 5 years ago, they were receiving water from the municipality between once a day and 4 times a week. Now, today, they are receiving water once or twice a week. This has had a huge impact on what they can grow, when they can grow, and how much and the quality of their produce. So the rapid decline in the availability of water has contributed to high levels of debt in Ghor al-Safi, since farming has become a much less lucrative source of income. Many farmers, specifically women, have therefore been forced to leave the sector. And we know that in the region, in the Middle East, North Africa, 60% of women are actually employed in the agricultural sector. So, however, other opportunities outside of farming are difficult to access for women. Most other jobs are populated by men. So without farming work, many women face unemployment instead. It is therefore unsurprising that the majority of farmers in this area are actually women. And it could have been the same cases in Lebanon, same in Libya and Syria. This means that most women are in the farming land that they do not own. This dynamic is leaving many women out of bigger decisions when it comes to their farming businesses, decisions such as when to sell or rent their land when yields are bad, or hiring and managing employees, or even the produce that they can sell and buy. So what does it translate this into the wider situation of Jordan, or the same example in Lebanon? And here I'd like to say, since we're talking about conflict, the south of Lebanon has been at war since October 7th, and we've seen more than 40,000 olive trees have been destroyed, and Israelis have actually used white phosphorus. So this is going to have a huge impact, and more impact on the land, on the farming and the agricultural reserves. And many of the populations from the south have moved to other areas, which means that the revenue, the livelihoods of farmers, which is the main income of families in the south, is now actually destroyed. So going back to the different stories, and we've seen the same also in Syria. So it is therefore, in this, what does it translate concretely? And here we're seeing that, therefore, that these women are economically very vulnerable, like the case of Ghor Safi, which is a trend that can be seen across sectors, and where communities are less financially resilient. They are also less able to withstand financial shocks that caused by extreme weather patterns or changes in the climate. Or the women themselves, their gender identity doesn't mean much in comparison to the widespread local poverty and general lack of support by local farmers. So a woman living in the capital with a university degree, an education and family wealth may not be able to imagine some of these challenges faced by poor rural women, and we've been talking in the last 2 days about rural women, or a poor rural man, for a fact. We therefore cannot talk about vulnerabilities, whether it is gender and climate change or other marginalized identities, without adopting an intersectional lens. But when it comes to vulnerabilities, we need to consider carefully what kinds of narratives are we creating. The women in Ghor Safi, or even in the south, are certainly not victims of the situation. They have a lot of local power. Yeah, they are the providers of income for their families. And several of these women that I have also spoken, and other colleagues have spoken to, who are the heads of local associations, are the founders of local women's groups, and some sit on local municipality councils. One of them is on the left. They are speaking up and taking actions on a local level. However, this doesn't necessarily mean that the governments and the big donors are listening to them. So in this context, this is how I see that women do have local power and local agencies, but the issue is how much are they involved in the decision-making process? How much are they involved in the accountability systems? And since you're talking about peace building and conflicts, and this is a study we're doing at the Arab Reform Initiative, is we're looking at just transition. And what is this, and is the transition just? Are all actors of society involved in decision-making, or are they left out? And we're seeing this more and more, and maybe in the next question we'll be talking more about the European and Euro-Med relations.
Thank you very much. We need to congratulate Sherin for linking and telling something important in all this approach, that is the intersectional lens that we need to approach any single issue regarding women. So from a local reality, I will not to repeat, don't be afraid, but what it seems to me very important is to take into consideration that even in rural areas, these persons are in front of a clear climate risk and situation that is critical, and they need to take this in a context surrounded also by this conflict. So how it comes that these women have no place at the beginning of the cycle to at least providing their insights to the decision-making process from the beginning. Because we have here a lot of, but if there is a process there, they need to be engaged, no? In which way? Taking into consideration the duality between urban and rural. this is something really important, because women can be... So, very interesting starting point from our point. And now, Manal, you are tackling a question that is really important, that is this internal displacement and migration, because we are talking a lot about the link between migration and climate change as a whole. But now we are focusing a little bit in the challenge, in the internal displacement happening in the region, no? And how it's affecting gender mainly as a focal point. So you have...
Yes, first, again, thank you for having me here. Well, actually, for yesterday and today, we've been hearing a lot about the struggle of women within her culture, within her family, within her area of work, if it's agriculture or whatever. Now, what if, plus, in addition to this struggle she has, and because of climate change, she has to move. She has to be displaced because of a flood, because of drought, and the land is no longer proper for farming, or whatever disaster, climate disaster that happens. Now, this adds another layer of struggle that women face in our region and maybe everywhere where there is climate disasters. I will not go into numbers. I will say why afterwards. But I want to shed light on this relation between climate change and displacement, and why does it affect and how does it affect women more? At some point, we have male exodus. A lot of time, it's the male, the men who leave their lands, and so women are left behind. And what happens when women are left behind? They have to take care of the family, to manage the household, socially and economically, which strains her capability of doing her proper job, maybe, or be educated, go to school for young girls. And this will lead to a lot of social stresses on women. Also, a lot of time, women don't have the means and the mobility to leave. So she stays in a place prone to climate risks. And she is left to face the risk of a flood or drought. Now, when women do leave, this creates another stress and problem for her life. For example, at the level of the increased risk of exploitation and trafficking, because when these women leave their homes, they are in a whole new environment, even if it is internal and within the same country, but they do leave their culture behind. So they become more vulnerable and target for traffickers, because their social and economic network are hindered. And so she is at risk of exploitation, of sexual violence, and of forced labor. Also, we can talk about the access of women to resources. First of all, we have health and safety. A lot of time when they move, they are put in shelters with no proper sanitation. These shelters are crowded, so there's no privacy for girls and women. And also, there's no access to food and to clean water. So this also affects her health, And a lot of time, women are the ones who take care of the family. So if another family member is ill, she will be also ill. Not to forget the mental health of these women who leave their area, their villages, and really the mental health care is very low after this kind of stress. To finish, there's also the social and cultural impacts, because these women, when they leave, especially young girls, they leave their school, so they are not educated, they are forced into child marriage because of their economic new situation, and the traditional role that women and girls used to have within their community is lost. So there's also effects on the cultural level.
Thank you very much. Thank you again also for your concretion. Here again, it's exactly the same in the other side, when we are talking about conflict. We have a big challenge talking about migration and refugees. This challenge is affecting the region. But in addition of this, we see a new trend appearing that needs to be managed by the region with the current circumstances, also regarding migration, also regarding trafficking and vulnerability of this population, and also tackling, as you say at the second part, public services at disposal, resources. So how we can manage all these challenges at the same time, or regarding to human movement and having gender in the middle. So it's necessary a kind of politics taking into account all these different scales, because we are now putting on the floor this new challenge that will be, because the climate change, this will increase and increase in the future, and this is why we are really worried that this need to have this link with the current circumstances. So migration is not only a question of an external dimension. Migration now is affecting gender also internally, with all the challenges, I repeat, you know, these refugees and gender issues also. In addition, we have all this. And you put on the table also the question that we will not, but it's a key question according to what I was reading till now about the issue, about the health. Woman, health, and also, of course, health, mental health, but also health and provision of this service. Thank you very much. And now we are going to check and to speak. Nora will explain to us her insights from her very large experience working on the rural areas, with all the, what does it mean, all this challenge about water and climate change, and with a perspective that I think it's new and it's interesting, that is this linked to the socioeconomic development and this change that need to appear in this perspective. So a PowerPoint presentation from Noah. I have it. I know you have it. Vale. But 5 minutes, Nora.
No, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Actually, I would like to start by, I don't want to reiterate what my colleagues have mentioned, Serene and from Lebanon, about the rural women. But like real life, and I want to quote Clara earlier this morning, that real life experiences are information. And I work for the International Water Management Institute, the MENA office, where we are research for development organization, and we conduct evidence-based research, and we implement pilot projects that provide best practices. And I started working with them 3 years ago, and like the issue of climate change at that time was evolving, and we have conducting interesting research about like women vulnerabilities, the social aspects of polluted water and wastewater treatment. And I would like to present like some findings from the research. Well, as we all know that the MENA gender gap is substantial in the economic empowerment sphere. And this is also like, we have multiple layers of the problem, which is making it very complex because we have different setup in different countries. We have countries in conflict. We have vulnerable women. We are experiencing climate risks in Morocco, and the floods in the UAE. And the region is the most water scarce region with only 2% of the world's renewable water supplies. We are facing massive water and food insecurity, increasing urbanization, poor health. For the women refugees also, as you have mentioned, they're subject to harassment, subject to lots of things. So the most vulnerable categories in the region are the girls and refugees and IDPs, in addition to rural women. And this is also coupled with another layer of discriminatory social norms, difficult working conditions, unpaid work, underrepresentation, as Anna has mentioned yesterday, in local decision-making organizations such as water user associations and agricultural cooperatives. So the impact of climate change and the agricultural deterioration is not the same for men and women, because women bear shoulders the most of the unpaid work, and they don't have access to information, access to knowledge, access to opportunities. And over and above, they don't believe they need self-empowerment. They don't believe that they can do it. So in order to change the narrative, we need to stand on address these root causes from the beginning, understand the local context, and then we work for solutions. Thus, and also there is a need to adopt gender transformative approaches to get over these structural problems. And one of the key recommendations, also we have conducted an interesting research about Re-Water MENA and Gender Platform Project for the International Water Management Institute. Personally, I spent 1 year in governorate in Delta, and I was surprised with the level of deprivation that rural women live in. There's polluted water, poor life. They start working from 6 a.m. till 8 p.m., working in the field, taking care of the children, helping their family, cooking. And then at the end of the day, they're not really well paid. And there is no alternative in these rural areas. So one of the key recommendations that we recommended in this research is that there is the importance of gender mainstreaming is a starting point, but we need to think about gender transformation. We need to add livelihood components. We need to address the deep root culture of masculinity. We need to address, to start empowering women to think about themselves and that they can do things, self-empowerment. We need to work to teach them. We need to expose them to they want to work in their comfort zone. We need to stimulate them to work in different areas rather than the business as usual, like working in processing dairy products or having a sewing machine in rural villages. There is a need to do something more. And I'll present some successful examples in the coming round. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. This is the kind of exercise of all your experience exposed to you. You have shared with us some key points and this gender transformative approach that we really need on this. And you did things that are big words, for example, to change the deep-rooted culture of masculinity. This is not only in the rural areas, and it is not only in the MENA countries. This is around a very important issue. So just telling this, just saying this, we are doing a step forward in our way to see the issues. And not only thinking in in the vulnerability, but also to put in value. I think this is the sense of the previous sessions, but in this question, this is important, no? And take this into consideration a lot. Thank you very much. And now the fourth approach, just to give a little bit of each one of the 4 challenges that we choose for this discussion, is how we can get public opinion aware about this. Suzanne, she has a big experience on the matter, and but we would like to know, first, we know that even you being woman and journalist, you should be also, no sé, it's a question, I don't know, now it comes to my mind. You are not in the same position, perhaps, that other males, other journalists that are not women, I don't know, to tackle this issue. It's an issue that matters for everyone, not only for the journalists that are committed, like as a woman. And then, how do you consider this matter, or journalism can help to make the public opinion more aware about this? And do you have the instruments to do this, or it's just your passion, if I may say, to communicate, who give you the floor to do these things, or do you consider you have this good ambience in the journalism to do your work properly on this matter? A lot of questions. You choose whatever you...
No problem, no problem. Thank you first for having us and for shedding the light on this very sensitive issue. Are you hearing me? I don't
yes,
know. Yeah.
now yes.
So, what I would like to say first is that when I speak about this issue with people, even with gender-sensitive people, I noticed really that the link between climate change and gender is really not obvious for everyone. It's still something that should be talked about a lot because climate change is viewed as this big issue that affects everybody and that affects the whole world, that the planet, we all know the narratives. So when we get to talk about this gender issue, there is not always enough understanding. Now, let me tell you a little bit about my experience, how I first started to be, aware of this question is during the COPs, the summits, the climate summits. As you mentioned, I was in several of them. At least. So there I could interview a lot of activists who were always very worried that this gender issue will not be in the text, will not be. Now when you ask them why is that so important, is because they are afraid that this lack of access to all the resources and all the will not be, if women are not in the text, that they will be forgotten. The way also that we were able to interview also some success stories, some women working on women with climate change and all that. So that was how I started to be, sensitive to this issue particularly. Now, about how can we transmit that to the public? I should say one thing is that already climate journalists are already have a big challenge because climate change. I can say, because I have been in this field for a long time, we don't report it today as we used to report it 10, 20 years ago. Even gender issues is the same, but climate change was a prospect of the future first. So we talked about politics, we talked about science, what will happen if we do this or if we don't do that. Today we see more and more this is happening, and we are reporting about it, and it is in our everyday reporting. Now, how can we best try to make this? I mean, it's interesting to talk to experts like those who are on the panel today about what's happening to women, the data. If there is data, there's not enough data, but anyway. So it's interesting to shed the light on what we know already. But most importantly for me is having more journalists, and not only women, to just go back to what you were saying, that have a good, solid background in climate change and in gender, and so that becomes a part of their reporting. a part of their reporting on the ground, a part of their reporting about the policies. It changes the way we see things. It changes the way we ask questions. For example, let's say we are reporting about a big new public transport policy. We ask the question differently. If we feel it's not inclusive, if we feel that it's not, enough environmental. So it is important to have the two backgrounds. As I say, this is what, for me, should become a part of our work, not only by tackling the climate change and gender as such, but also to have this perspective, whatever we do, and in everything, in every subject that we tackle, because that will come up. It will come up, and it's already coming up, when you least expect it. The gender issue and the climate change issue.
Very good. Thank you very much. Also, it has been a very interesting, and I think it's really linked with the effort that UFM did in inviting this group of journalists during these 2 days, because, as you say, the two big challenges, that is gender and is climate change, need more than a narrative, need a solid background, as you say. So perhaps some capacity building initiatives that can join together and can provide information to make the narrative happen, because of course there is a lot of misunderstandings, because also the goodwill of activism is not tackling the things in a solid way. So it's one of the challenges, no? So I think this is a very interesting also reflection. So the second round will be a reflection about the proposals, even if some of them has been done, and also reflection about proposals that can be useful for this North-South narrative, because gender is transversal, climate change is global, and multi-level initiatives are also on board. And then we are also a starting point mainly in the southern of Europe, with climate change having some of these risks that you are already have in your societies. So a lot of common points, but mainly we would like to be useful to this agenda of cooperation. So more or less is the same question, or about recommendation or good practices. Starting by you, Shireen, how we can, starting some Euro-Mediterranean initiatives, already with Ari and EMED, we are trying to do this. Yeah. For example, when in the European programs, they are asking us to participate in a call regarding hate speech and gender issues, it's an European call, we call our friends at the Ari, and we say, yes, but this is a common challenge and we need to work together. So we are forcing a little bit, but we don't know if we will win the call. But in any case, we are doing an effort to open the scope. So, according to your understanding, it can be some initiatives that can be useful and to this challenge that you already tell us about security and risk.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at the European Union today, there's two big pillars for the European Union. One is migration, and two is energy, right? Energy.
Energy, yes.
Energy, justice, and energy. And specifically, I mean, but these cannot be the only two pillars that will remain. A couple of weeks ago, the EU commissioner was in Lebanon, and they pledged a €1 billion fund, or probably grant, we can say, but then or loan, to support and control the borders. The president of Cyprus was also accompanying her. So what does it mean, these? I mean, are we on the southern side seeing, only being seen as the wider neighborhood, not just the southern neighborhood, but the wider neighborhood of Europe? So we have to break the silos of, we cannot just be seen as migration and energy because now of the Russian war on Ukraine. Again, maybe I'll give a couple of other examples in a study that we have recently published by a professor, Lama Hattaw, in Egypt, with our partners at the American University in Cairo. So prices for natural gases now are volatile and extremely sensitive to national and geopolitical developments. and prices in the European Union, for example, sharply increased to all-time high levels since March 2022. And we're seeing now companies like Eni, you know, one of the biggest risks that the urgency of supply diversification opens new opportunities for oil and gas, specifically companies like Eni, as well as other gas infrastructure operators like the Italian Snam and Edison, to sign new agreements that justify new investments in gas exploration, production, and infrastructure. And these will be like connecting Egypt to Europe via Israel, Cyprus, and Greece and Italy, at the risk of dealing with the climate agenda, even jeopardizing the climate agenda. Eni is currently being pegged as the firm providing gas for peace. So these Italians and these European agencies and private companies investing and being seen as peace providers by providing natural gas to Europe, North Africa, and we know Algeria has been the largest natural gas provider to Europe, and now we're seeing more projects on green hydrogen. So what policy recommendations we have to bring, and for me how I see it, or how we see it as well, is that it cannot just be these two pillars of migration and energy. And we cannot just look at these two issues, and we have to move towards what the Barcelona Agreement was. It's cooperation, collaboration, and creating more dialogues from both sides of the Mediterranean. And to rethink of the Mediterranean as a place of collaboration and dialogue, like I just said, rather than a space for contestation and border control, and rather than a space of barriers. Frontex is part of this agreement that the EU Commissioner is part. Do you know what Frontex is? It's a militarization, putting police and army at the borders, controlling migrants to go to Europe. Yeah. This is how we are being seen, but this is how also the relationship is. So, to provide an example, is the EU is involved in humanitarian aid, but mostly the EU at the moment, and if we look in Gaza, if we look in Syria, if we look in Libya, has left the space for the United States. The EU is just involved in providing humanitarian assistance, providing aid, and not involved in the political peace agreements, as we have seen as the role that it can play specifically in Syria, where it should be more involved, specifically in Libya, specifically in Lebanon and in Gaza. And I think this is where the space is for dialogue and more collaboration from both sides of the Mediterranean.
And gender, there. And the woman there.
Oh yeah, of course, gender is at the forefront. Women are actually the victims of refugees, as we are seeing.
In this broader picture that it's the situation.
But since we're talking...
Of course, we are in more need, if I understand, of cooperation dialogue. This is why we are here. And then the role, and this is a starting point for this reflection, the role of women, and this is because you tell us, Inari, in your studies, the role of women coming as active actors in all this process regarding risk of climate change, as you say, and the green agenda. This is important and substantial because this need in this context, not only to have on these agendas very practical, but not. Yeah. Very good. Thank you very much. This is a starting point for more work. Thank you. Thank you very much. And now, coming to the mobility. You have some recommendations in your rapport. Yes. Can you just resume in 4 minutes?
Yes, I will resume. Actually, the report was written by 5 authors. It included 5 chapters. And international authors from South and from the North, and I was coordinating. The report as is, it wasn't purely focused on women, but each chapter tackled the issue of women and climate displacement. So I grabbed some of these recommendations that I will say now. First of all, and the most important thing is, we need data. There's no data around the issue. This connection between climate change and displacement is a bit new. And it's even more difficult to get data on women who are climate-induced displaced people. So this is very important, and there are collaboration between Europe and the MENA region. The joint study was one of them with the IEMAD and Euromesco. Also, we did a project with the IWMI concerning displaced because of drought in Lebanon, a comparison between Lebanon and Jordan. The interesting part was that people who migrated because of climate change doesn't know. So he knows that there was a drought, he couldn't no longer farm his land, so he left because he needed to feed his family. But he doesn't make the connection that this is climate change actually. So it is important also to work at the level of policies, because it's not the farmer's job to be aware of these connections. It's the institution job, it's the government job, the Ministry of Agriculture or Environment or whatever. So it is important also to include women and climate displaced people to take into consideration this this aspect in all national strategies, like national adaptation plans, national determined contributions, and other climate action frameworks. But also in each country, the domestic laws and legal instruments has to follow these strategies, because many of the struggle of women is because of the laws, especially in the MENA region. So also the laws has to walk through the application of strategies. Also, we have to find a protection mechanism to prevent gender violence, especially when there's climate disasters. Also, there should be empowerment of women within their community, like, for example, help them with the farming, new technologies to be introduced, help them to work at the level of fisheries management, of forest management, and ecotourism sector through new technologies and clean energy or whatever. We have been hearing a lot of initiatives that are great. And so just to finish, it is important also to work to empower women and to give them adaptive capabilities to cope with these vulnerabilities even before they become displaced.
Sure.
So prevention is also important, and in case of displacement, empowerment is also important.
Thank you to resume, but we will take note of all these recommendations, but mainly it's about governance and national governance, that is well, and so high, so kind of standardization of this governance in the level of law and politics can be, knowledge, as you say at the very beginning, and at the last is just empower and putting in place some mechanisms that can be really raised.
And access to resources, of course.
Bueno,
this
claro,
is the main,
the main but knowledge, governance, and these kind of instruments, and a starting point from a kind of, to be present in this political agenda, and normative agenda, and knowledge agenda. So, and a starting point also for our point. Thank you. We were talking about some good practices at the Arab region that can be taken as basics for other activities. No?
Thank you.
But
can you please
please,
put on the
yes,
presentation?
4 minutes.
Yes. Can you please put on the presentation again? Yes. I'll be very brief, but the starting point is, again, gender transformation in a holistic way. Understanding the root causes and acting in a proactive way in designing programs. And I would like to present two regional programs that we have that we're leading as the International Water Management Institute. One is a global program, which is Water Energy for Food. We are leading the gender component for the MENA hub. This program supports SMEs that have water and or energy innovations for food production through cash grants and through technical assistance. So starting from onboarding of these SMEs, we have a very selective process where I sit in, I review the concept notes, the full proposals, the panels, to make sure that these SMEs has either are working on gender integration or at least have the intention to work on gender integration. And this is the starting point. And then we take them forward through a process. And actually the process has been elevated, and we have tailored this approach through time. And because at the beginning, with the first cohort, because we onboard SMEs through cohorts, when you start to talk about gender integration, nobody wants to listen, because this is the least. Their business, they want to seek, they want to talk about profitability. So we changed the approach with this cohort. When we onboarded 20 SMEs, we started to talk about gender lens investments, and everybody paid attention. Even from Iraq, because Iraq is a very conservative country where it's rarely that SMEs would be keen to talk about gender integration. So walking with them about what they want to hear, and then we started to discuss and explain to them what are the conditions for gender lens investments. So they need to have women in senior management and or women in labor as 30 to 50%, a product that are catered to meet the needs of women. And then we started to talk back down, again, about what is needed to ensure that we have women workers, turnover is low, so we need to work on drafting gender-sensitive HR policies. For women in senior management, what is needed, or women-led SMEs, what is needed. We have established a Women Innovate network for networking with women, exposing, sharing best practices and experiences. And we have also end user explained to them that we have, for women customers, they need to tailor their products, and also they need to avail end user financing schemes. And we explained to them that we have worked with two financial institutions in the region, one in Lebanon called Al Majmoua and one in Morocco called Al Tawfiq, to tailor and develop end user financing schemes that meets the needs of women. So going through this process, we have very successful examples of women-led SMEs. We have 3 of our women-led SMEs who have won the Cartier Women Initiative. We have helped them in filing the application. It's a very prestigious award, and they went through an impressive ceremony and impressive experience of coaching. The second example, the second example is a program that works on linking the implementation of nature-based solutions with social and economic empowerment of women. And this is a regional program that is implemented in Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon, and Palestine. So the starting point was to set a new ambition, gender ambition for this program, understanding that that we have different, of course, the 4 countries are different. We have Palestine, which before the crisis was a country in conflict, and the needs of women are different. So we designed the intervention to cater to the needs of each country, but mainly we have established a community space. The community space is where we plan to implement, and this we're just started, and I'm happy to know that Micheline knows about the program in Lebanon, that we're going to provide self-empowerment courses for women and tackle the social problems like gender, for example, early marriage in Egypt. gender-based violence in Palestine, and in Jordan, like early marriage and other stereotyping. The economic empowerment is providing them with training in non-traditional sectors, trying to get them out of their comfort zone so that they can get into these, and also understanding that we have limited access to technology, and like most of the women from the 35 years plus, they don't have smartphones or they don't use it. And using this community space as a marketplace for them as well. And also for the social interventions, we work for both men and women. Thank you.
Thank you, Nura. It's really difficult, but all of us, we have this, this commitment and the great job. And I think it's very important is to link this knowledge and this assessment and this normative that should come with this process of innovation through projects like yours or programs that are trying to innovate by doing on the field. So we need to find the link, to find this, what you say, this woman innovative network, and to put this, to leverage all these results in this. Thank you for this effort to summarize. Well, finally, it comes to our mind that perhaps we can imagine journalist or audiovisual or a product that can be done by the north and the south of the Mediterranean. Do you think that it is a narrative that we can share, north and south, to put gender in the middle of all what is happening now in climate change, and that this product can be understood the same on the north and on the south of the Mediterranean? What we are talking about here, that is very much related to the reality on the south of the Mediterranean, starting to be a reality in the north of the Mediterranean. So can we do something to make this present into the both, into the European and the Mediterranean region?
Yes, absolutely. First, let me tell you that in the Mediterranean region, if we take the science, the Mediterranean has a specificity in climate change that we know. That we are impacted more or less in the same way. So we share already this input. But of course, when we start speaking about gender and vulnerable communities and so on, you have also the specificities of countries coming in, but you also have similarities. This is something that we were able to share during these 2 days, actually. That there are similarities and there are differences, most of them being like in laws or in social structure or whatever. So the dialogue is always very important in this issue to be able to fight together in our differences and in our similarities. Networking in this case is extremely important. I speak for journalists. It is extremely important for them to know what's happening also elsewhere in order to cover better what's happening at home. And actually, for climate journalists, it's important to have also the global view, but the regional view is extremely important. And for that, networking, having access to other people's views, being in dialogue also, it makes all the difference to be there, to speak, to bring the voices of people at home, to bring them in the forums, this is extremely important. So I think that, of course, having some sort of structure would be extremely important for journalists and extremely important for also experts, access to firsthand to reports, all that. There's a practical view and there's a practical side to it, and there's also the dialogue side of it that's very important.
Perhaps thank you. Perhaps as someone was stated before, from a difficulty we can do something good. Climate change and gender in the Mediterranean can provide a common challenge together as Mediterranean, or European and Mediterraneans, to be together in a common challenge because of our specificity also. But we need to be, let me say that our public opinion, our societies need to have a link between their realities and the realities on the field. So perhaps this is something that we can build together as a Mediterranean brand, and it can be a starting point in a positive way to construct what does it mean the Mediterranean in the coming future, because these are global and coming challenges. So a lot of to do in terms of communication. Thank you very much. So thank you. Do you have, I imagine, a lot of questions, but we will leave this like this, and we will be able to join you and the speakers to you during the lunch. And please, if you are interested in this nexus between climate change, risk, security, mobility, rural development and communication, MEDWE, our program, it's now starting during this year to work on these issues. We will be very pleased to take all this into account and to work together with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Gemma. Thank you. Thank you. I think inclusive.
Okay. Thank you to all the speakers. Thank you, Noura, for your presentation, because the focus that you put on social innovation and local communities is something on which we want to work, so we will have a lot to talk. But as Gemma was saying, this is a first step. And this will be related with the project on gender and food security, on welfare nexus, on community of practice that we are developing. So all of you will be part of this for sure. Now, before going to lunch, I would like to ask everybody to come here because we are going to take a family picture. So this is for the funny part, and then we go to lunch over there on your, sorry, right. Thank you.
It's working.
It's working?
Yeah.
Hello, good afternoon. We are about to start our last panel. Thank you very much for your attention. So, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the last session of our high-level conference on women on the Mediterranean, focusing on the critical issue of violence against women and girls. I am Cristina Mas. I'm a journalist for Diari Ara in Barcelona, and I will be moderating this session. And I would allow me to use this opportunity to thank the press team of the USM, who was gathering a bunch of journalists, women journalists from all over the Mediterranean. We had the opportunity yesterday to have an amazing exchange, and I hope we can continue networking together. So, violence against women and girls is a threat not only for half of humanity, but for all the humanity, as we said, both online and offline. It affects all women and takes many forms, including physical, sexual, or psychological violence, as well as economic abuse and exploitation. According to the World Bank figures, at least 35% of women in the Middle East and Africa have experienced some form of intimate partner violence, a rate that is likely higher due to the unreporting. So we are ranking as the second highest region globally in this regard. More than 3,000 women are killed each year in Europe by partners or family members, and countless more are harmed and harassed. Let me remind you that we used to consider a conflict a war when it takes more than 1,000 people killed in 1 year. So we can consider that is a war against women going on in Europe and the region now. So I am glad to have the four distinguished speakers who will share their insights in this multidimensional impact of violence against women and girls. And we've asked them to focus on also in presenting good practices to deal with such a critical issue. First of all, let me introduce you Taker Azgul from the Euromed Feminist Initiative. Taker is a research manager at the Regional Observatory of Violence Against Women and Girls. His career spans over 13 years, during which he held various positions of responsibility at national and international NGOs, mainly working on combating violence against women and girls, gender mainstream in laws and public policies, as well as good governance practices. Besides, he has been working on parliamentary development and public policies evaluation. He has a long experience in research, project conceptualization and policy analysis in Jordan, where he comes from, and all the MENA region. So welcome, Taker, for being with us today. I will introduce you our second speaker also, Jada Abu Khalil, from the Abul Khalil, from the Arab Women Forum Disability. She's an activist in the disability movement since 1988, the General Director of the Arab Organization of Persons with Disabilities, the National Association for the Rights of Persons with Disabilities in Lebanon, and Director of the Arab Forum on Women with Disabilities. She's the author of the book Women Overcome Barriers, the life experiences of 21 Arab women who challenge disability. And she has attended most of the conference on the state parties on the Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities in New York. Our third panelist will be Rana Husseini, journalist from the Jordan Times. She's the author of Years of a Struggle, the Women's Movement in Jordan, and also of Murder in the Name of Honor. She's also a human rights activist and senior journalist in the Jordan Times. She focuses on social issues for around 30 years, with a special emphasis on violence against women, as well as the brutal crimes committed against Jordanian women in the name of family honor. She has earned 10 local and international awards, including a medal from King Abdullah II in 2007, the Reebok Human Rights Award in 1998, and the London Arabic Organization Arab Woman of the Year Award in 2019 for social impact. In addition to her extensive experience in the journalist film, she has conducted several consultancies and advocacies for women for local and international organizations and also for UN agencies. She also conducted dozens of training courses for journalists and students on gender-based violence reporting and took part in dozens of local and international conferences as main speaker on women empowerment and leadership involvement. Welcome. Thank you for being with us today. And our last panelist will be Andronikou. She is the Executive Director of the Association for Prevention and Handling of Violence in the Family here in Cyprus. She holds a PhD on the field of domestic violence and 3 postgraduate degrees in addictions in quantitative and quantitative research on gender equality and undergraduate studies in social work. She is a certified drug addiction counselor, professional guidance counselor, certified professional training instructor at the National Anti-Corruption Agency, and she's also a trainer for the Cyprus Police Academy, the Frederick University Research Center. She has also worked as an academic in the field of psychology and social work at the Frederick University for 15 years and as a social worker in mental health services and social welfare services in Cyprus. So she has under her responsibility now the National Crisis Center for Domestic Violence, the National Helpline for Domestic Violence, and the Shelter for Abused Women and Their Child, the counseling program and prevention program, as well as the Women's House at the Perpetrator program. So thank you very much, all of you, for being with us today. So I will organize the table as the previous ones with a first round of questions for all of the panelists. Then we'll have a second one, and I hope you will stick to your times, and then we'll have the opportunity to have a Q&A with our audience. So let me start with a question to our first panelist, Tarek Akgul. Can you tell us more, please, about the work of the EFI Regional Observatory on Violence Against Women and Girls in the context of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda?
Yes. Thank you.
Can you hear him?
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. On, yes. Thank you, Christina, for your question, and thanks for the UFM for having such important conference happen. Be reassured, I will stick to the time, especially after a long day of discussion and lunch. I know it is not the best for you to listen for a long time. So, starting from the Regional Observatory on Combating Violence Against Women and Girls, it was established by the Euromed Feminist Initiative with the aim to contribute to ending violence against women and girls, and to enhance the political discussion and debate and the social acknowledgement of women as actors for sustaining peace and security. Now, directly in response to your question, actually, the Euromed Feminist Initiative and the Regional Observatory on Combating Violence Against Women and Girls worked since long time on supporting the states and civil society for the implementation of Women, Peace and Security Agenda. The Euromed Feminist Initiative supported enacting the national action plans in different South Mediterranean countries, in Iraq and Jordan and other also countries. And in the last 2 years, the Regional Observatory developed the regional guidelines on the implementation of Women, Peace and Security Agenda. And these guidelines were developed through holding national consultations in 7 countries in the South Mediterranean, and 1 regional consultation in which we come up with these guidelines that aim for the first instance to support states as a duty bearer to comply their national legislations and policies with the international obligations and also the international mechanisms. Also, we wanted from these guidelines to be as a tool with the civil society to use them to advocate for change at the level of combating violence against women and girls and implementation of Women, Peace and Security Agenda. So we developed many tools, but the major tool, and as you mentioned in your question, is the regional index. We have the regional index on combating violence against women and girls, and we have also the regional index, the second part of the index, on the implementation of women, peace, and security agenda. Through this index, we now target 9 countries of the South Mediterranean. And why, could someone ask why we have those 2 indexes? And I said also they are complementary to each other, because we believe that violence, sexual harassment, rape that women are subject to during the time of peace are continued and are carried out during the times of war. So what we see from violence against women and violence cases against women in the war has its roots in gender inequalities that are embedded in the society. And thus we can say easily that gender equality, peace and security, women's rights, all these topics are intricately linked to each other. Now, coming back to the index again, the regional index on women, peace and security agenda has 2 major objectives. First, to provide global documentation for the laws, public policies, services that are put in place for the implementation of agenda, and first also combating violence against women and girls during the war and armed conflict times. We also aimed from this index to provide summary for a complex data through which we can provide the policymakers with summarized information so that we can support informed decisions. Now, Women, Peace and Security Agenda Index has, of course, we are now targeting again 9 countries of the South Mediterranean, and in our plans we will expand it to include other countries from the South and also maybe from the North. As Euromed Feminist Initiative tries always to extend and move the transfer experience and best practice between countries. Now, this index has 6 categories, and under these 6 categories, we have 30 indicators. The first category deals with prevention and protection, and through prevention, we have different indicators on all aspects of prevention of violence against women and girls, under education, under media, under conducting awareness-raising campaigns and advocacy campaigns for changing the gender stereotypes in the community. And also under the protection, we put indicators that can cover the services that are put in place for protecting women victims of violence. The second category, we have it on participation in the decision making, because we believe that women should not, dealing with women should not be limited only to be as a targeted group. They should be involved in the decision making, in the designing of policies, implementation of policies, and even monitoring and evaluation. So under these indicators, we look at women and how they are involved in the decision making at all levels. We have also the third category that deals with relief and recovery. Here we look specifically on the crisis management stages, including repatriation, reintegration, resettlement. All these stages, women should be taken into consideration. Gender lens should be applied. Gender-sensitive policies should be taken at all these stages in order to have the relief and recovery adequately provided for women victims of VAW. The fourth category, we dealt with the legislation and laws and strategy. Of course, it's important in each country to have a national action plan for the implementation of UN Security Council Resolution 1325. But the plan will not be enough and will not be effective and efficient to deliver its results if there are legislations that or legal provisions that hinder the implementation of this plan. So any plan or strategy in the implementation of UN Security Council resolution should indicate and refer to legislation that hinder the implementation of the plan. The fifth category, we here deal with the role of civil society, because of course states have the primary responsibility for enacting laws and ensure the application of laws, ensure the law enforcement in general, but civil society should also support the government in terms of law enactment, in terms also of implementation, and also monitoring the implementation of laws, especially that civil society organization, women, I mean here, organizations are on the ground, have the experience, have the knowledge about the women needs, and they should be involved at all stages of enacting laws, plans, policies, I mean here also including monitoring of these plans. And the last category that we added in the, only in the last year, that deals with women access to, sorry, with women access and control to resources, as we believe, of course, economic empowerment is also very necessary for women to implement the Women, Peace and Security agenda. And thanks.
Thank you very much, Daker, for sticking to the time and for your clear development of these indicators. So now we'll move to Mrs. Jara Abul Khalil. She will speak in Arabic, so please have your headphones ready. And my question, Mrs. Khalil, is if you can tell us about the specific challenges faced by women with disabilities in this general context of violence and abuse, and how can we better address specifically these special needs with concrete policies or support systems. Thank you very much. Floor is yours.
Thank you so much for moderating this session, and I would like to thank UFM for giving us this opportunity to share our experience regarding the issue of women with disabilities. Now I'm going to shift into Arabic because nobody speaks in this session, in this conference in Arabic, only my colleagues from Lebanon, so I'm going to speak in Arabic. التمييز ضد الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة بالإضافة للمواقف السلبية. سامعين؟
Discrimination against a person with disabilities, as well as positions against women in patriarchal societies, put those people in a very dangerous situation. Though women and young girls with disabilities are subject to all types of violence, however, this has unique consequences. Violence against women with disabilities takes place all over the world. In the United States, 1 woman over 4 is a woman with a disability or handicap. These women with a disability constitute 40% of women survivors of rape. In Canada, 60% of women with disabilities may be subject or may have been subject to abuse during their life. In a study carried out by the National Council for Women in Egypt, we identified all types of violence against women and girls with disabilities. It's a study made up of 313 pages. Some of the results indicate that 52% of the women with disabilities have been subject to psychological violence or sexual violence or violence based on disability from people from their environment under 15 years. 31% have been subject to psychological or sexual or physical disabilities by people from their families before 12 months of this survey. This study indicates that most of this sexual or physical violence is carried out by members of the families, especially the father. And sexual violence is carried out by people outside the family. We also identified 2 cases, a girl of 15 years old who was raped by her father, and 2 cases of a girl who was raped by girls who were raped by their brother. So you know what are the consequences and the negative impact of all of this. There are also many challenges facing these people For example, because of the non-sufficient standards, policies that are inadequate, these people are not able to have access to assistance, to information, or to services. Also, they are always afraid to find themselves in institutions or anything. Add to this the stigma related to informing or to girls informing that they have been subject to violence, specifically when the parents or one of the parents is the author of such abuse. So it's very difficult. It's shameful for them. Also, the policemen also look at women with disabilities and mental disabilities in a very humiliating manner, as if people that cannot be trusted, etc. Also, women with disabilities and the girls with disabilities enjoy lesser quality of service because the society and the family consider that their daughters who are subject to these, who are suffering from these disabilities, do not deserve to be treated. And that's why these small girls cannot distinguish between the types of violence to which they are subject because they don't have enough education on this issue. The CEDAW Convention has not mentioned disabilities. However, it contains a recommendation 18 that imposes on countries to include in their reports the situation related to girls with disabilities and women with disabilities. But I'm not sure that the member states are doing this. We have the recommendation 18. And then we have another recommendation adopted by CEDAW, recommendation 24 related to women and health that states that it's important to give the care to these women. In Article 6 in our country, it deals with women with disabilities as well as Article 15. In conclusion, the situation or these women are subject to all types of violence in their houses or in their institutions. This violence is perpetrated either by parents or by tutors or by other people. That is why it is very important to adopt the correct measures in order to prevent all types of exploitation. And it's important to consider coercive abortion and other as an abuse and a violation. This happens a lot in our Arab region. So there are in Palestine, for example, the women and young girls with disabilities are not only subject to this system of ideas against them, of negative ideas, but in addition to this, they have all the consequences resulting from occupation, from the conflict, the negative impact on the economic situation, the lack of opportunities, of job opportunities. Despite all of this, women and the daughter are not even the focus of laws, of conversations, of programs that are related to women empowerment. That is why we would like to indicate that the convention related to women with disabilities has adopted a decision by which it offers the country different directives in order to protect women and girls with disabilities. Article 3 states 3 areas. One of them is physical or violent, or physical or psychological or sexual violence. So in light of our presentation, we have to adopt the following measures. One, to put an end to coercive abortion and the sterilization of girls with disabilities. Lately in Lebanon, for example, 1 month ago, a 14-year-old girl suffering from Down syndrome has been raped by the neighbor. The associations in Lebanon has published a declaration and they put him in prison, but we're not sure he's going to be sentenced. That is why it is very important to adopt laws and it's important to create awareness among parents of girls with disabilities and adopt national strategies to fight violence against women and girls with disabilities. Also, human rights organizations should focus on gender and make sure that women and girls with disabilities can complain in case they are subject to violations or abuse. And it's important to also make it's important that these women and girls participate to the decision making and to all the process related to protecting their rights.
Thank you.
Yes, you stuck perfectly to that time. Thank you very much, Mrs. Khalil, and thank you for shedding the light to such an astonishing and terrible reality. Thank you very much for your words. So let me turn now to you, Rana. So it's always hard for journalists to report on gender violence, to find a way to speak to the women, to find a way to make them feel safe enough to speak, to don't push too hard, but to highlight how important is that experience, to don't re-victimize them. So can you please tell us in all those training sessions you do for our colleagues? I would like to attend one, by the way. Can you tell us what can you recommend for journalists reporting on gender-based violence?
Okay. You asked me the...
Sorry.
You asked me the second question. It's okay.
I get.
You want me to ask the first question?
I'm sorry, it's my fault. I asked the second question because I was so attentive to what I was listening, so I rephrase, no problem. So, yes, Rana, please. In your book about the women's movement in Jordan and those years of a struggle, you highlight many social issues. Can you discuss the role of the media in shaping this public perception of policies regarding gender violence?
Yes.
And honor crimes also.
Yeah. Thank you very much, and thanks for the organizers for inviting me to be part of this important event. I'm honored to be here, and thank you for managing this session. I promise, less than 7 minutes.
Thank you.
The media, of course, played a big role in Jordan in shaping the public opinion regarding the issue of so-called honor killings and women's issues in general. When I came to Jordan, I came back from the US in '93. I was appointed as the crime reporter for the Jordan Times. At that time, really, women's issues was something discussed in general. The word violence will not be seen in any place in the media. They were afraid to talk about the word violence. I started to report about the issue of so-called honor crimes for the Jordan Times. It's an English daily. The Arabic press shied away from writing about this issue. If they wrote something, it was a man killed his sister, police are investigating. So I went on to investigate cases and write about them in details, documented cases, and in hopes that the Arabic press would also start to do that. Now, you mentioned I won several awards, although I never planned it. I never planned to win any award. I was just documenting cases. Even in the beginning, in the mid-90s, people were telling me, what are you doing? You're wasting your time. You write in English, you're preaching the believers. Nothing ever changes in this country. But I felt that we can make a difference. For me, I prefer to focus on social issues rather than write about political issues, which is most reporters, that's what they want. Because I felt in our part of the world, it's, you can at least control your destiny when it comes to social issues. But politically, we're always brought up to think, this is what America wants, this is I don't know what. So I said, no, at least socially, we can make a change. So this is what happened. I won an award, and a group of young men and women approached me and said, let's do something on the grassroots level. We started to collect signatures. The women's movement also started to focus more on violence against women, but it took time. It's because of the reporting and the movement in itself. So the late 90s, I would say, was a golden time for Jordan in terms of the press, the issues that you could never dream of reporting. After we started our movement collecting signatures, people started to write about us in the press, some accusing us of being Western agents, others thanking us. So we steered the debate. And this is really where I think the turning point in Jordan in terms of the press. We started to see the press, the Arabic press, becoming more encouraged to write about social issues, which was in the past, it was impossible. So we had several topics. Like today, we talk about it, but if you open the newspapers in the 90s, you would not see it. So-called honor killings, violence against women, rape, molestation, incest, drug abuse, even the removal of uterus of physically disabled women. This was a big issue in Jordan, by the way, for a while, because some girls were raped, and their families said, okay, let's do the operation. And this also became a big deal. Abortion was something that was tackled, prostitution. So all the topics we see today, we couldn't talk about in the past. Hasn't it been for the press, and of course covering activities, covering the women's movement's work. So I think it was all a combination of things. Even, you know, the movement pushed even the top of the state, the king, the queen, everybody started to talk about violence against women. Princess Basma, everybody started to address it because there was a movement and there was a push. And this really helped things. People became more aware. And I can tell you, I've been reporting and lecturing about so-called honor crimes for 30 years. I can give you now a whole lecture without a pen or a paper because I've repeated it over and over. And I could see the change of attitudes among the public, among the press. And now, because now we can see, I'm talking before the social media, we started to see people reacting, writing, reading immediately. And I started to see the shift. People became more rejecting to violence against women. People were more looking for solutions. They were pushing the government to change the laws. A lot of things changed. Not only that the topics went into the open. The laws related to that gave perpetrators of so-called honor killings changed. In the past, men used to get away, mostly men, of course, the murders committed by men, used to get 3 months or 6 months, maximum 1 year for killing a female relative in the name of family honor. In the first 10 years of 2000, a special court was assigned to try these cases. The investigation of murders committed against women and children improved because of the training, because of many factors, because of the awareness. It's no longer a woman being killed for the justice system. Okay, let's try to help her brother who wants to raise a family. They became more peculiar, more detailed. Now when I go to talk to investigators, they tell me, you know, don't ask me about regular crimes. Ask me if there's a so-called honor killings. In the past, it was the other way around. They would tell me, who cares? It's just another woman who died. So this is very important also when you push the justice system, since you're the police here. When you push the justice system to investigate thoroughly, then you can preserve the rights of the deceased. Unfortunately, we wish nobody dies, but if they died, at least this is something very important. Now, perpetrators are getting between 15 to life in prison. Imagine the difference. It took maybe around 20 to 25 years. A lot of lives were lost, but things have changed. As I said, the investigation, the justice system. We pushed the government to open a shelter for women. For a long time, they didn't believe in that. They said, no, this is a house for prostitutes. We don't want to open a shelter. There are a group of women who survived the murders or their families tried to kill them. They put them in prison for indefinite periods to protect them from their families without a charge, and they cannot release themselves. And this was something else that I also focused on in my career. And we wanted a shelter for these women instead of wasting their lives in prison. It took us 20 years for the government to open a shelter, but eventually they opened the shelter, and they opened the shelter for abused women and children. Now the society is more accepting. When you talk to people, they know that we have so-called honor killings. They know that there is laws. They know about the women in shelter. So these are all important things that really the media, the social movement, they all worked hand in hand to shape the public's opinion and to get us where we are now in terms of talking about all the topics freely, openly, less backlash, and more wanting to have solutions by the public.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Rana.
Thanks.
And I guess we all applaud because we need a little bit of hope, no? So the fact that you are coming up
there's always hope.
A positive experience and that proves that things can be changed. I would like to say also that I was shocked when you said that you start discussing about this in the end of the 80s. I would guess that in Spain it came much later than the end of the 80s, so you were opening the way for all of us then. So let me move now to Mrs. Andronicou. Now we move to the public policies and what can be done. She's going to share a presentation with us in order to tell us what kind of measures should be taken in order to support victims of sexist violence in the region. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Christina, very much. I would like to thank as well the Commissioner of the Gender Equality for the opportunity to give us. First of all, I want to clear that this is my country, and all of the information I will present, it's about the area under the control of the Republic of Cyprus. Well, if we want to build the best practice about the victims of domestic violence, we have to know these big 5 things. The first one is that domestic violence is like an iceberg. It's dark and hidden, and sometimes it's not relevant, not recognized, and sometimes the victims, there is no personal perception about what happens. At the other side, we know that the women can be abused up to 30 times before getting effective help. Because in the cycle of the domestic violence, we have a period of confusion, and this creates hope for change. The third one is that in the cycle of abuse, the women are afraid the revenant, feel helpless, not to be believed, hope for change, but we know that when she decides to leave, get a divorce, fight back, the things are put in danger. The fourth one is why does she return? And all of persons who work with these women, they know all of these factions: financial dependency, no home, dreams, promise of the perpetrators, effect of abuse, lack of support, and the last one is the impact and victim needs. We told victims to draw themselves. I feel like a dot. I go where the wind blows. I am dismembered. Help me to find myself. If we know that, we can help and build the effective and customized services and a customized approach for the victims. Of course, the needs of the victims is the first one. The reclaim control is the sooner, the choices, and of course, simple and understandable languages for the victim. And at the other side, we have the customized services who focus in the victims, in the trauma, the priorities that they need the victim, the confidence, the dissidence, and the respect. Now, in Cyprus, we built for this best practice for the victims. First of all, we have one of the most important law, the Istanbul Convention. It criminalizes all the forms of the violence against women in the family, in the children, and femicide. We have a manual about the children, about the domestic violence, against the gender-based violence. We had advisory board, and we have memorandum with ministries and the first line services. Now, about the association, now we offering support services for all Cyprus. These some of our services. We have the national helpline, the SMS helpline, the live chat, because many of the victims, maybe they can't speak, they can to send us an chat or an SMS, and these services can give and for the deaf people. We have 2 European helplines, 3 shelters for women and their children, a perpetrator program for self-control, women's house, and of course prevention programs for all states. This is some pictures of the shelters in Nicosia. In these shelters, we provide a child care and education program. This gives the possibility of integration of mothers in the labor market, helping mothers in their parenting, and of course, supporting and education children. At the other side, the Women's House, it's one multi-disability, multi-agency, one-stop shop. It's a governmental program that it's friendly for women, girls, victims of violence. And there they have specially trained professionals work under the same roof, from social welfare services, police, health care, social workers, and support women to go away for domestic violence. The services there is psychological support, social economic support, of course, videotape testimonies, security protection services, legal services, and advocate for the child. Even that we have these services, the cases of family violence is increasing. Trends, this is the trends of the report, and the last one is for last year is 30,759 cases of domestic violence, but we have and other programs that they have other organizations. One is the Children's House that provides services to support sexuality abused children. That the services are the forced interview, medical examination, psychological support, social support, and of course family therapy. And we have now the last center, the NIMA, that support and treatment of persons who experience sexual abuse in childhood. In Cyprus Police, we have now 4 special departments for domestic violence who had experienced investigator who take a specialized education. They have for last year these cases that were forwarded to prosector for criminal prosecution, and all the governmental, they funding the programs that we provide. Of course, we need a political priority for domestic violence. We want a systematic and holistic social policy, funds, sanctified assessment tools, criminal justice system to protect victims, and prosector perpetrators, and of course, quality staffing in existing services. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. So let me go out of the script now. I don't know if you want to take the opportunity to react to what your colleagues have been saying. I mean, we had lots of information from a very multidisciplinary approaches. Is there things coming to your mind to the other speakers that you would like to comment? I mean, you are all experts on gender violence, so I'm sure that Rana has a lot to say about the role of the shelters and the police, or what happens with women with disabilities. I mean, feel free to react to what you have heard.
I think there, she said interesting numbers. I didn't know that 39% women, it takes them after 39 times to report it. But I feel that they've done a lot when it comes to shelters. The same in Jordan, but it took us a long time. Now, the second shelter, I would like to focus more on the one that has women whose lives are in danger, now they're going to this shelter. So this shelter basically is a temporary shelter. And I'm looking at the pictures, and it's similar in terms of like they try to make it like it's their home. At least they can move around, they can cook for themselves. There are small things that we don't think of, small details that makes all the difference for the life of these abused women, especially the ones who are imprisoned. They can move around, they can sleep when they want, wake up when they want. They can see their children sometimes. So these are all important things, and I feel that from my experience as a reporter, I feel that, like you said, in the past, in 80s, even in Europe and elsewhere, the police was not interested to help an abused woman. Like go back and it's your fault. It was always that, and I feel that the hotlines and shelters. By time it grew, and many countries went, like in Jordan, they went to the UK and maybe to Sweden or else to look at other countries' experiences. And eventually I feel like it's all similar models with similar services. And I think it's vital for women because many women, the ones who are abused, some of them, like you said, some of them feel that, okay, he apologized or whatever. But one time I was attending a seminar in the US, and the women, they said, be careful, because if it starts a slow physical abuse and then it increases, and then it ends up with someone threatening a woman, most probably she would be killed. And when I went back to Jordan, a woman called me and asked for my help. And she came and I met her, and she was telling me the same thing. So I told her, please go immediately to a women's organization and seek help, because she said he waved a gun at me. I said, go and immediately seek help, because you most probably will be killed. So I always believe in the power of word. I believe that we always have to talk about this. Somebody in this room maybe will not know this fact, that when the physical abuse increases, most probably it will end up in severe injury or death. So yeah, I think it's very important. What you talked about is very important, really.
I want to ask a question regarding if some women with disability, they face any problems and they contact you, and I don't know.
No, with disabilities, unfortunately.
No, for
her.
Sorry. Sorry for her, because she gives some percentage. If there is including some women with different kinds of disability that they approach you, I don't know.
Yes, we have women with disabilities.
The percentage is very few, maybe.
It's 1%. I thought it's 1 or 2%. I thought that it's why the most of these women they didn't come to ask for help.
But your shelters are accessible for them?
Yes, it's accessible for all of these women. Yes, okay. And all the services.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, shall we move to the next round of questions then? Now we will focus a little bit more on the potential solutions, no? So let me come back to you, Tucker. Can you share your ideas on the role of partnership and coordination between public institutions, CSOs in the Euromed region, and on how to effectively address this issue?
Yes. I'll start from the second part.
Sorry? Yes?
Yes. Yes. I'll start from the second part of your question, how it affects women's rights. It is well known for all that violence against women and girls is a complex problem, widely prevalent phenomenon. And for combating this phenomenon, we need long-term cooperation between government and civil society and real partnership. And as I already said in my response to the first question, government can enact laws and enforce laws, but civil society should be always in a place to support government, to be partner to the government, and to always provide expertise and experience. Best practices showed that when civil society is included, the end results of all policies and the laws are more efficient. So here we, in the Euromed Feminist Initiative, we consider the partnership with the government as part and parcel for achieving our goals. And the Euromed Feminist Initiative has built long long-term partnership with governments in the South Mediterranean region and supported them for some action plans. And we also supported the ministerial conclusion by bringing some, the European Defense Initiative, I mean here, recommendations from the ground to support the UFM ministerial conclusions. But also the regional index that we have on women, peace and security agenda and on violence against women and girls also gave us further opportunity to strengthen our cooperation with governments, because the index has indicators and sub-indicators, and we involved the government and civil society in most of index country where it is possible, of course, to review the index structure, to provide information also to the index, jointly the civil society and the government, and to the final stage, which is the most important stage, to scoring the sub-indicators. And all these stages were done in consultative approach between the government and civil society and with the Euromed Feminist Initiative. Why we always also try to focus on this partnership between civil society and government, because we also believe that for combating VAW, we need to have a comprehensive approach. It should not be only limited to criminal approach in the penal code or to some scattered legal provisions in different legislation and laws. There should be a comprehensive and specific law in combating violence against women and girls. And in such law, we can ensure that we provide all aspects that are required to combat violence against women and girls, including prevention, protection, relief, penalizing perpetrators, rehabilitation for women, and all these aspects cannot be ensured without having such a comprehensive and specific law involved. And through this law, we can state on the cooperation with the civil society. Unfortunately, in the MENA region, from our monitoring indicators, we have only, of course, only Tunisia and Morocco who have such a law, but still the inclusion of civil society in the implementation of these laws far away from being achieved. We also, and through our index indicator, tried to cooperate with both government and civil society on the level of provision of services funded by the state. Because, of course, government can establish hotlines, can provide psychological, legal support, also shelters, but also best practice here indicate to us that shelters is the best to be run by civil society, because it is more close to women victims of VAW, and the government role is only to provide fund to the civil society. In the region now, only Tunisia and Jordan, by the way, who had experienced that the government provided fund to civil society organizations to run, in Tunisia, 3 shelters, and in Jordan, there's 1 shelter in the south, where the shelter is run by civil society organization and receive fund from government. At the level of preventive programs and measures, of course, here the role of civil society becomes very essential, especially when we talk about changing the stereotype among public. Here, the national awareness-raising campaigns, the advocacy campaigns, spreading even information is the best to be done by the civil society in cooperation with the government. The Euromed Feminist Initiative, we developed a regional campaign on zero tolerance towards VAW, and in this campaign we cooperated with both governments and civil society in the South Mediterranean for changing the stereotypes about violence against women and girls, and also under the education sector, I mean here the prevention of violence of VAW. The Euromed Feminist Initiative also developed manual for teachers of gender-sensitive education in the South and ABC for gender-sensitive education. And these manuals are now in the dissemination process, and they were adopted, for example, by the Ministry of Education in Jordan to train the teachers through using these manuals. Because in many cases, like here, civil society have the experience, have the best practice, who can move it and transfer this knowledge to the government. I will not take long time, but in the last two sectors that I want to speak about, the professional capacity of civil society, first respondents. We know that first respondents in social services like shelters, police, courts should be trained on how to deal with women victims of VAUG, refer and take care of these cases. And the best is that civil society to support government in conducting these trainings and transfer the knowledge to these service providers on how to deal with women victims of VAUG. And under the national coordination and regional cooperation, we have also noted, and through our work, that the referral system in all countries, which is not established, by the way, in all South Mediterranean countries, but in some South Mediterranean countries, the referral system that refer the victim from one sector to another, from like police, when the victim report violence, to another sector, is the best to be run in cooperation between government and civil society. But unfortunately, we don't have good best practice. Like, for example, the best maybe practice that we have seen in Palestine, there is a referral system where the civil society also work with the government, but unfortunately, due to the occupation and the checkpoints, even this referral system is not efficiently working.
Well, definitely.
Yes.
Okay.
I think that's all, yes, and I hope I was short.
Thank you very much. Just a yes or no question. Do you agree with the idea that shelters are better run by civil society organization? Do you all agree with?
No, I don't. No, because no, I think in the beginning Jordan's experience was with a civil society, and they still exist. The Jordanian Women's Union, they have a small shelter, but I think you have to have a government one. You cannot only depend on just the civil society, because the civil society, they cannot protect. They don't have protection. For example. The shelter that was open for abused women and children in the mid-2000s, they went to an eastern suburb. It's not actually a place where they would have accepted the presence of this shelter. But what they did is the people who work in the shelter, they went and visited all the houses around the shelter to explain to them what the shelter is and what they're doing. And they asked them to come and visit the shelter. And this was a government-run shelter. It was a big shelter. It had protection. Also, the one with the women whose lives are in danger, also it's in a secret place, and there is protection. So it's good to have both. It's good to have both, depending on the cases. And we have also the Family Protection Department, which started as a unit. Now it's in every governorate in Jordan, and it's run by the police. And they trained over the years. They wear civil clothes. They know how to deal with cases of violence against women and children, and this is very important. And now there is more, networking. Like, depending on the case, they know where to send it. This didn't happen in the past. So I think all shelters are important, depending on the case and the severity of the
Just elaborating on what I said, and in response to your to the point that you raised. Of course, if woman needs protection for a certain case, she should be referred to a shelter run by government and even guarded by police. But for ordinary cases, when the first respond, if women go to shelters run by civil society who have branches in different areas and different regions, especially remote areas, the results are better, and there are some best practices I can maybe provide to you, especially in this case that if we want to have a sufficient number of shelters that cover all the country, we may say, for example, for like Jordan, we need more than 12 shelters because there are many governorates. And to have such big shelters only run by government, it will not be effectively working. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So let me now turn to you again, Mrs. Khalil. Can you discuss any specific programs or initiatives by the Arab Women Forum on Disability that have made significant impact in protecting and empowering women with disabilities against violence?
Okay. الملتقى العربي للنساء ذوات الإعاقة بالواقع هو
Our forum emerged from the Organization of Women with Disabilities. After 1998, we consider that the voice of women and girls with disability is unheard by anyone. That is why we have we have struggled in order to create this forum, which would represent the voice of women with disabilities and which would represent these women in regional fora. For example, we rarely see women with disabilities leading an organization. So this forum has been created in 2005 and held the first regional conference after a couple of months of its establishment. It was in 2006, and the first objective of this conference was to shed the light on the different initiatives related to women with disabilities in Arab countries, from Mashrek to Maghreb. And then we noticed that in all countries, the level of injustice against these women was very high. And then we started working in Arab countries in order to unify the efforts in favor of women with disabilities. The most important thing is that these national forum try to develop their programs according to the level of development. So first, these women, so we are working on women subject to discrimination. Second, women who are subject to discrimination because of their disabilities. And unfortunately, disability is the first cause of discrimination against women. And three, women with disabilities are subject to discrimination because they are deprived of many opportunities. That is why our organization really focuses on legal work, and this is very important. Our objective is that organizations that represent women in all countries and that work to implement the laws and to create awareness among women and girls, specifically with related to reproductive services and other. Also, our forum has organized 3 regional conferences. In every conference, we dealt with an important topic, and it is up to the different associations in the different countries to establish their own programs. The regional conferences organized by the forum, the second one was under the title of Women with Disability Traditions, and the third topic was held in 2020-22 under the title Women with Disabilities in the aftermath of COVID recovery. And imagine the importance of all these topics dealt with within this forum. So if we want to succeed in our work, we should work at several levels in order to promote the rights of women with disabilities, in order to mobilize, to foster their competences and assist them. That is why our forum considers that it is necessary to make our voice heard in any forum, whether local, regional, or international. We always want to remind everyone that women with disabilities have to be present in all programs. I haven't repeated. I know that in the program of most of feminist organizations, women with disabilities are not even being mentioned. So in this meeting, this event assumes a great responsibility. The League of Arab States has launched the second Arab contract for 2023 till 2030. Access 12 deals with women with disabilities. because in our countries we are very still weak in dealing with the issues of women with disabilities. That is why the Arab League of States has launched this pact or this pact over 10 years in order to make sure that all the articles or the decisions will be implemented in favor of women with disabilities. As I told you, our work is legal work. Our forum carries out legal work specifically in favor of women and girls with disabilities. We also focus on organizing trainings during which we focus on the necessary actions to be taken in order to create awareness, also among the women and girls victim of with disability, to make them aware of their rights. Also, we have started publishing reports on women with disabilities, on the facts, with percentage. There's a magazine also called Arab Voice, and in Arab Voice magazine there was a special edition for women with disabilities, and now we are organizing a campaign entitled Speak Out. Its objective is to make the voice of these people heard, and I hope that I didn't take more than my time. Thank you.
Not showing that lot of things must be done, but they can be done also. I think it's
more on
very important.
based on rights.
Yeah,
and to make them talk. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So I will move to Rana again. So the question I raised it before. So how do you recommend for journalists that cover gender violence?
Okay. First of all, we need to humanize the stories and not just report as an incident. Talk about the victim or the survivor, her life, because, for example, in the beginning, as I said, the issue of so-called honor crimes, it was just a small item. People didn't know anything about the victim, as if it's just nobody who didn't even exist. So it's important to talk about them, their lives, their dreams, whatever we can get out of them. Be objective. Do not show emotions or bias when you are reporting or talking to a survivor. What's important is also to use the proper terminology for certain topics. For example, for a while in Jordan, they would say the killer, the rapist. So these are things that until now the media in Jordan, they make mistakes with. Honor crimes. I was going to tell you that we need to say so-called honor killings. There are some activists who like to call it femicide. So we need to be very careful when we choose the terminology. Another thing is when we talk to a survivor, we need to stress that if they do not want to be identified, we have to stress that it's going to be confidential. Make sure we don't use any information that could indicate who they are in terms of like age or place they're living, or any description that could lead to their identities. This is really, really very important because it will allow the subject to be more relaxed in the interview. And of course, protect their lives. Respect their privacy. There are certain questions that shouldn't be asked. We shouldn't even think about it. If under 18, of course, make sure not to use a name or a photo, and sometimes be very vague about the description so as not to also harm the survivor. When you interview someone and you want to tape, for example, ask their permission. Same goes with taking, if it's a camera. Another important thing is to maintain strong relationships with government officials and local NGOs, because they are the ones who will give out information and can help in the stories you're making. Of course, it's important to use data and figures. We've seen here in the conference how many times they spoke about figures, which is very important, and background, of course, to certain topics. It's very important. We need to also take all sides of the story. If there was a case of someone who, let's say, allegedly murdered his wife, we have to hear his story and we have to hear what the investigators are saying. Research and read. It's very important to read about the subject and the issue you're going to be covering before you go. It's very important so that you don't ask questions that might sound stupid afterwards. Follow up on the stories. If there are certain stories that you could follow up, it's very important for journalists to follow up, because the readers, sometimes there are stories they remembered, but okay, what happened? This person did this, then what happened? What, did he get sentenced? Did she go to court? What is the final result? Of course, never pay a subject for an interview. This is a no-no. Always protect the sources. Never say who your sources are. And finally, make sure that the story or the report will not cause any harm or danger to the subject.
This is journalism. Thank you very much. And now we move to the last words on Mrs. Andronicou, focuses on how effective are perpetrators' programs, what should be done to improve them, and what lessons or good practices can we get from such a program.
First of all, I want to tell that perpetrators come from all the social and economical state. It's not expensive from nationality, religious, or cultural beliefs. There are many typologies of perpetrators.
Maybe you could speak a bit louder, yeah, please.
There are many typologies of perpetrators. I stand for two that we find in our program. One of these is the unlawed affection, sadness, regret, negative effects. However, almost always this abuse is repeated. The second typology that we find in our program is the denial, no admission, no accept of the abused act, and they didn't accept that they do this abuse behavior. However, all of these perpetrators, they have some common characteristics, that is lack of empathy, stereotypical perceptions. They minimize the effect of abuse on victims. And the question if or can a perpetrator change their abuse behavior, difficult. Because they are established social perception based on patriarchy stereotypes. But what should concern us is the necessity of this program for the perpetrators. Many perpetrators do not come in contact with the criminal justice system. Even if they convicted and imprisoned, they will soon return to the community. They often back to the same family. Most perpetrators more on come in contact with their children, even if the intimate relationship has ended. When a relationship ended, most perpetrators establish other relationships, leading new victim. One of the requests of some victim is for someone to cooperate with their partner, help them change, so as to protect them from their partner's violence. This program, all the program of the perpetrators, focus to protection and safety of victims, preventing the escalation and worsening of violence while recording the risk, avoid repressions, changing perceptions, taking their responsibility, and understanding the impact.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. I will give the floor to the audience now while you raise your hands. I don't know if any of you want to react against to the previous interventions, what you've kept now about perpetrators, the role of media, the role of data, feel free to comment anything on what has been said.
It's better to hear from the floor. It's better to hear from
yeah,
the floor.
I already give, and I'm giving the time for everybody to think
we are out of time.
their questions or idea. Down there, please. On the left, yeah. Can you introduce yourself, please, and tell us who are you addressing your question?
Yes, I'm Heidi. I'm a journalist based in Cyprus. I had a question for Andronikou. You had the chart about the cases. Last year, there was about 4,000 cases of family or violence within the family. Do you have any numbers on the percentage of these cases that actually lead to a conviction of the perpetrator? So are these actually being tried and there is like vindication for the victims, or if you have any numbers on that?
Okay.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay. This is the number. This I present. It's only for our organization. It's not for all Cyprus, of course. And this number is the cases that they come in all forms of our services. That means the helpline, the shelters, and the SMS or the live chat. And of course, not all of these cases, they didn't go to the police. But from this number of cases, we have 400 women in a shelter per year and 500 children with their mothers in the shelter per year. Of course, when one woman go to the shelter because she is in a danger. And I thought that in these cases, they didn't go to the perpetrators program. They go to the perpetrators program if you have in the first line, the first sign of the abuse.
Mm-hmm. Any other question?
Tired.
That's it, Tayyip? Okay. So let me just do a short wrap-up. I think it was a very interesting session because it showed how this idea of what would we mean when we speak about multidimensional, multidisciplinary approaches. So I thank you very much because I find your comments were very complementary. You all stressed the idea of multidisciplinary and comprehensive approach, the idea of the cooperation between institutions, both locally, internationally, and the civil society, also in different terms. You also stress, I think it's important also, this rights approach, no? The idea of coming through this rights approach. And I want to keep repeating the idea that many things must be done, but they can be done. Also, it's still in our thanks. Thank you very much for your attention. And thank you very much for sticking to the times.
Okay, thank you very much to the last panelist. Thank you for your passion to be with us until then. We have almost done, and then we can go for a walk all together. I wanted just to, sorry, Julia, I left the notebook there. My head, I'm lost, I'm sorry. I wanted just to make a short, let's say, takeaway intervention about the key messages that we got in these 2 days of exchange. And then I will leave the floor for the closing remarks to the Deputy Secretary General, Ambassador Grech, and to the Commissioner of Gender Equality that is coming and joining us. First of all, the idea of this conference was linked to how your contribution could help to shape our roadmap for implementation in order, from one side, to check the relevance of our priorities, but from the other side also to get input and contribution on project and joint activities, and of course, with the purpose of creating more collaboration and synergies. The first session, it was a closed session, it was with the journalists. Why? Why we decide to have this session with journalists? Because when we talk about gender equality, for us, the narration is part of the challenge. And the media and social media play a big role in this. And during the media session with the journalists, and I would like to thank all of those who are still with us today, some interesting element came out. Because the discussion was focused how the media themselves can shift the narrative, but take into account that media is not an isolated world. They are facing the same challenge in terms of gender equality in their own area. So it was a double perspective on this. And some, let's say, element of discussion came out. First of all, and of course, the journalists that we invited were both from European and non-European countries because we wanted to create this exchange. And I hope it was a first step and we can keep working on it and thinking even to a Euro-Mediterranean journalist network in order to keep alive this discussion. One thing, when we, the journalists are looking for stories, are looking for data, are looking for experts, first of all, they don't find disaggregated data by gender. Two, they have some issues in having access to female experts, not in terms of having only database, but also bringing the female expert to speak about different topics. And this is related to many reasons, because there is some technical times when you speak about news, you need someone responding quickly, and sometimes women, for different reasons, also for a matter of management or work-life balance, there are not those available. So you go because you need to reply quickly to cover the news immediately, and you lose content on this. This is one element. The other element is that the language is important. But this means that when you have to tell a story, you need to know the language to be used, the most appropriate one, to avoid to repeat stereotypes. But for this, the journalists themselves need training on this. We were mentioning the toolkit, how to interview women victims of violence. And there are toolkits available, but maybe specifically for journalists to know how to use this language. Another element that was mentioned during the discussion is sometimes there are, let's say, unconscious bias and stereotypes, but sometimes, even if we don't have them, it's really difficult to promote some ideas when we work in a system where the majority of editorial staff are men. You can have one exceptional women, and I use exceptional on purpose, as the head of your staff, but then all the board is male. So it's difficult to promote, to tell story about women, because first you have to convince your own colleagues that this is relevant. And the other thing is that you have also to take into account the context where you are working. So you are media, but you are also working in a world where social media are even faster than you. And the risk is that you try to run after it, you are simplifying too much the complexity, and you lose the focus of your analysis. So after yesterday I thought it's not an easy job to be a journalist and to be a woman journalist to face all these challenges, because we are talking about our perspective, but telling about us is maybe even most difficult. So this is just, we will prepare a full report, but this is just on the element that I want to share with you. Then we move to the more, let's say, thematic discussion about women economic empowerment, gender and climate change, and violence against women, with some different perspective in terms of specific violence against women in politics, social norms, the specific perspective of violence against women with disability, and so on. I'm not going to repeat all the discussion that we had, but I just want to share some key concepts. First of all, when we talk about women economic empowerment, and we are referring to inclusive labor market, we have to take into account that not all the labor markets are the same. There is no one solution fits all. You have to take into account the specific need, the specific regulation, so you need to work on the legal framework. You need to work on the way the women can have their rights fulfilled. And this, the concept of the gender justice presented this morning, it was fundamental. You have to think about the holistic approach you have to use when you talk about employability of women. It's not just a matter of having access to education. We talk about education and STEM, but you have also to take into account the condition for women to get access to the labor market, meaning also all the enabling conditions to do this. And this is applicable when we talk about female entrepreneurship. It's important the access to funds, it's important to have access to skill and to network, but you don't have the ecosystem around you supporting in this will not work. They need to collaborate, to create partnership, but not just to exchange good practices or information, but to create something together. So I will hope that today and after today, there will be space for all of us to create joint initiative on the topic that we have been presented. Gender and climate change. I think the exchange of this morning managed by Gemma, I think it was a good example on when we talk about gender and climate change, all the perspectives that we brought are essential. We need to talk about just transition with a gender perspective. We need to talk about the role of policymakers. We need to create a governance on gender equality and gender and climate change. And I think what Sarine was mentioned was going in this direction. But we need also to have concrete example, the one that Noura was giving in terms of, in a specific, relevant climate risk related with the water scarcity, you have to take into account that when you go on the field, you are going to speak with women who are facing daily the challenge. And they have so many needs that you have to deal with. It's just not how to find the water. It's how to manage it. Sorry, it's an extreme case, but just to explain that really this holistic approach should be everywhere. And when we talk about violence against women and girls, we have so many contradictions. The improvement in terms of legal framework are there. Still, let's say, there is room for improvement when we talk about not criminalization of marital rape, or when we talk about altered sexual reproductive rights, or when we talk about the lack of support or adequate support from the judiciary and policy system from prevention to support to women, victims and survivors of violence. But at least I would say from what you have been mentioned, there is an increased awareness about the fact that violence is not only feminicide. Violence is online violence, online harassment. violence is lack of gender justice for women victims of violence. When we talk about violence against women, we are talking about also risk of exposure in politics, but in all the leadership positions. From one side, we are asking people to stand up and speak up for their rights, but at the same time, they are the one most exposed to violence, physical and online. So how to solve this contradiction? And there was also other issue that we didn't have time to tackle. One of those was the role of artificial intelligence and the stereotype and the risk of perpetrating stereotype that we have in artificial intelligence. But I don't want to take any more time. All these will be summarized in a structured way in the report that we are going to elaborate in the coming weeks, and we will be more than happy to share with you. The report will not report each single word that have been said in 2 days, don't worry. It will not be 50 pages, but the idea is really to focus on outcomes of the discussion. I would like now to give the floor to the Commission on Gender Equality for Cyprus, because I think it's important to have also a few statements for you and then followed by the Deputy Secretary General. Because first of all, I wanted to really thank you, and I don't know if they are here, but a huge thank to Niovi and Marilyn, because without them, this event could not have been possible. I don't know if they are there, but really thank you. Yes, I think you deserve to be with us. Marilyn, Niovi, thank you very much for everything. Thank you. And to Anastasia, of course. Sorry, I didn't want to, to forget you. Thank you very much. And I'm really happy because we start working about organizing an event in Cyprus in November 2021. Even still under COVID-19. And then the time passed, and then here we are. So I hope, as you were discussing this morning also with the ambassador, there will be further opportunity to cooperate on more specific initiative in this. And indeed, the proposal also to work more on gender and media was one of your priorities, so I'm really happy that we had this session. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. I think you can speak.
Trying to use technology as well. So hello everyone, once again. First and foremost, it was our honor to host the high-level conference, Women for Mediterranean in Nicosia. It shows exactly our political commitment, Cyprus' political commitment to the promotion of gender equality and women's rights. I think, and you will agree with me, that it was two exciting days with women and a few men from across the Euromed area discussing about and for women. The discussions on the four main themes were useful not only with regard to all the information they provided, but also as a reminder of the action we must take urgently. The conference indeed confirmed that gender inequality is a regional issue, a global issue, as women face similar barriers at different levels everywhere in the world. The conclusions, as described by Anna, will fit the roadmap. Am I correct, Ambassador? And it is our responsibility, the responsibility of member states, so the UFM, to implement it once the report is approved. Lastly, I will be very short, obviously. I want to underline again, Ambassador, that Cyprus is a dedicated partner to the UFM and committed to further strengthening our engagement with the Union for the Mediterranean and advancing gender equality in our region. So thank you, everyone. Thank you for being here with us in Nicosia, and I look forward to working with you all again soon. Thank you.
Well, having the last word from a male member of this group is not exactly fitting the spirit of this meeting, but I can assure you that the last word is yours. So, distinguished participants, dear Commissioner, as we draw our high-level conference, Women for the Mediterranean, to a close, I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to each and every one of you for your participation and engagement over the last 2 days. It has been a privilege to co-organize this important event alongside the Republic of Cyprus. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our co-hosts, particularly the Commissioner for Gender Equality, Her Excellency Josie Christodoulou, and also to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Cyprus, His Excellency Konstantinos Kombos, and all the respective teams for their unwavering commitment and support. I also wish to thank the distinguished speakers and journalists who participated in the conference and who shared their valuable insights and experiences. Your contributions have enriched our discussions and brought forward actionable solutions to advance gender equality across the Euro-Mediterranean region. Over the course of this high-level conference, we have tackled a range of critical issues as outlined in the 5th UFM Ministerial Declaration on strengthening the role of women in society. We have delved into concrete recommendations that will shape the roadmap for implementation 2024-2025, focusing on pivotal areas such as women's economic empowerment, the intersection of gender and climate change, combating violence against women and girls, and addressing gender stereotypes in the media. From this conference, different roundtables and sessions, we can extract the following transversal messages. The first, the need to enhance partnership collaboration with private and public sectors. Second, the importance of creating synergies to scale up and replicate the good practices presented. And third, the necessity to explore new areas of intervention such as gender and climate risks, security and artificial intelligence, with a special focus on socio-economic impact. So, as we look towards the future, let us continue the work together with determination and with ambition. The challenges ahead are significant, but there are also opportunities. By maintaining the momentum generated at this conference and translating our discussions into tangible actions, we can achieve the vision set forth in the Ministerial Declaration and beyond. So I encourage you all to keep the dialogue and the collaboration alive, ensuring that the process achieved today and yesterday becomes the foundation for a brighter, more equitable future for us all. Let us remain committed to advancing gender equality, not just in words, but most importantly, in our collective deeds. Thank you once again for your dedication and contributions. I wish you all safe travels back home, and I look forward to our continued partnership and endeavors in the future. Thank you so much.
I know, you are yet 18 minutes.
The microphone, please.
Okay, it's fine. So, The good news is you are free. No, yes, you are free, but I wanted also to say that two logistic things. One, on the website devoted to the conference, you will find the link to the live stream of these 2 days. So there are YouTube link, and it's accessible, open for everybody. You will have floor language and English translation. Second thing, we are going to publish web news, and you will find the link. I already sent to some of you, for those who I have the phone number, but there will be the link to the picture of these 2 days. Again, free to download, to promote, to use on social media, and as you prefer. Third thing, the most interesting part, our idea is, if anyone is interested, is nothing organized. But the idea is that maybe we can go back to hotel, rest a little bit, and then at 6:30, if you are interested, we can meet close to the town hall and maybe have a walk together. And if you want to also go to the crossing point to visit also the other part of the city. Can I say city? Country? And just to have a walk. If you are, the meeting is in the